Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Maya. Crap, 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 crap. I repeat under my breath. I swore to myself yesterday that I wouldn't cut it so close again. I wouldn't push snooze. I'd lay out my clothes the night before. I'd put my dry oatmeal in a bowl by the sink with the right amount of water next to it, all ready for the microwave, and I would leave the house at 6:45. I would get to work early. It's now 7:09, and I have 2 minutes to make the 5-minute walk to my bus stop, or else I'll be late to work. Better hightail it, Maya. Right when I'm out the door, I realize I don't have my purse. Some people seem to be born with a gift for knowing the exact timing of everything and never having anything out of place. Must be nice. They may as well be aliens from another planet as far as I'm concerned. I'm one of those people who has a gift for never having anything in order, especially now. I'm at a place in my life where, unfortunately, any conveniences I once had have all but disappeared. Slowly, I'm working on getting back to the place I was, but I'm not there yet. I leave the house and run to the bus stop in my heels. God damn you, Braxton Jenkins. You jerk, I think over and over in my head. If he didn't ruin my life, I'd be able to fix my car. And if I could fix my car, I wouldn't have to bear the interminable purgatory of the Philly SEPTA bus every morning. And of course, I missed the express. I'm hopping like a penguin to keep my shoes from leaving my feet. I hopscotch around the syringes and used protective rubber, littering the stoop of the complex where I live in West Philly. I'm not sure which one I'd rather step on less. Hey, at least they're using protection. I'm almost at the bus stop when I see the bus pull up. No, wait, I yell. I know the door is closed and I'm too far to be heard, but still. I pull off my shoes and sprint like Usain Bolt. You need to get in shape, girl. When I get to the bus stop, it's just pulling away. I'm hoping to God it's Hank, the morning driver with a soft spot for me. He says I remind him of his oldest granddaughter. I hear the hiss of the air brakes. I'm home free. Good morning, Hank, I say. You're my angel. Thank you for stopping. Only for you, Maya. Anyone else? I have a route to finish. Well, thank you. You made my day. You made mine, he says. I sink into the upholstered seat. 7:14. The school's not far away, just a few miles at most, but since I missed the express bus, I won't get there until 7:58, according to the bus schedule. That leaves me 2 minutes to get through the crowd of students, hustle up the west staircase, and rush to the back of the building. Good thing I spent my entire youth doing track and gymnastics. Even if you're out of shape, there's a foundation that you'll have for the rest of your life. I haven't been to the gym in an embarrassing amount of time. I can't afford it anymore. I can barely even afford the rent in my piece of trash apartment after the number Braxton did on me. I forgot my book at home and my phone's out of charge. One more thing I forgot to do last night before bed. So during the commute on this already bad morning, I can't distract myself from the sorry state I'm in. This isn't how I imagined my life would be at age 34. I thought maybe I'd have kids, a husband, a big house in the suburbs. I'd go on yoga retreats or teach Pilates in my spare time. I knew I'd never get rich from teaching, but I thought it would keep me from poverty. That was before Braxton entered my life. Biggest mistake I've ever made. I'm still rebuilding. Not just my finances either. I really thought he was the one when we first met. But that's the thing about people who wind up ruining your life. They convince you early on that they'll change everything for the better. By the time you realize that everything you thought you loved about them was an elaborate illusion, they've already gotten their hooks in you, and they're halfway done taking you for all you're worth. It's not like he said in the very beginning, "Hey, Maya, your money isn't yours anymore." First, it was to help him squeeze by until he got paid, although he was always evasive about what he actually did. Then, he needed it for an investment that he promised would pay off. Loans and credit cards we took out together, that he somehow made sound like a favor to me. He'd pay the bill after all. He wasn't a deadbeat, he swore, and I believed him. Some part of me, I couldn't say no. I loved him, or at least I thought I did. God, how many times is the bus going to stop? Don't the people boarding know there might be people in a hurry when they're moseying on, looking for change? I just pray no one needs to use the wheelchair lift, as horrible as that sounds, or I will be really late. I wonder if I could give Hank a $20 bill to skip the rest of his stops. But then I remember I don't even have $20 to give him. Payday's in 3 days. I got myself into this mess. I just need to figure out how to get out of it. I do the math in my head every day, thinking about how I'm going to pay off the cards. I have a list of side hustles and money-saving steps I can take. It's exhausting and expensive. Being poor, I can get a roommate. I have seriously contemplated getting a weekend job at Starbucks or putting up an ad to be a science tutor. I'm not desperate enough yet to look into multi-level marketing schemes. Toward the end of our relationship, when he really started asserting his control, Braxton wanted me to get an OnlyFans. He'd bother me about it every day. "You're so sexy, Maya. You may as well make money from it." But that wasn't happening as a high school science teacher with a class of 9th grade boys. And if it was an enterprise under Braxton's management, I doubt I would have seen a penny. How old will I be when I can finally live like an adult? I've started questioning whether I'll ever be a mother. With my salary, I couldn't do it alone. And with my judgment in men, I don't know if I'll ever find a suitable partner. Thank God for the kids I teach. They're my children. They always motivate me to do better. 7:32. This trip is taking forever. The one thing that gives me comfort is that my financial situation, in a way, is a small price to pay for being free of him. I can always win the lottery. Ha! But even if I got $1 million to go back, I wouldn't take it. I'd rather be homeless. It will all be okay. You have your health, you have your job, you have your life, you have yourself, you have the kids who make you laugh and give you hope every day. I draw in a deep, calming breath. My students deserve me at my best. I know that even at my lowest moments, they still need me. Some of them don't have the luxury I did to leave the people in their lives who abused them. I know that in many ways, I'm lucky. 7:57. Oh, good. A minute earlier than I expected. The Holly Brooks Comprehensive School stop. I race walk into the school, knowing that I'll be in my first period class before the 8 a.m. bell.
Chapter 2. Dean. "Tyler, come on, we're gonna be late. I don't have time for this," I yell. If there's a hell, it can't be much worse than being the parent of a 14-year-old boy. Trying to get Tyler out the door to school could be the 4th book in the Lord of the Rings saga. Dealing with ogres doesn't seem so bad in comparison. "Okay, Dad. Almost ready." "That almost is what worries me there, kiddo," I say. "What is taking you so long?" "The parenting books tell you to get used to slow motion during the teenage years, because brain development isn't at pace with the development of everything else. Tell that to the managing director of the law firm I work for. He's waiting on me, his head of accounting, to give him an update on the $4 billion cash flow for the third quarter earnings report. I miss the days when Tyler was running late because he had to fit one more plushie into his arms before preschool. It's always just been the two of us. It felt like we were in this together. Then puberty hit. Instead of having each other's backs, now he's in it to win it against his arch-nemesis. Me. I tell myself this won't last forever. But on mornings like this, it's not much comfort. "Okay, I'm coming," he says, pummeling down the stairs like boulders down a cliff. "You got your backpack, football gear, keys, phone?" He pats the outside of his pockets. "My keys, I think they're upstairs." "Did you put the secret keys in the front yard?" No. Do you know exactly where your keys are?" "I think they're on my desk." "Go look. But if they're not there, we have to just go. I'll leave the back door unlocked or something. In mainline Philadelphia, I doubt we'd have to worry about someone breaking in. Still, I hate the idea of leaving everything unlocked." "Found them," I hear from upstairs. At least he knows where something is. "They were in my backpack. Or maybe not." He clumps around upstairs. Does he have to do everything so loudly? "Okay, meet me outside," I yell up, but he's already right beside me. I guess he doesn't do everything loudly. "Okay, come on. Outside. I'm locking up," I say. On the front porch, a thin yellow piece of paper falls out of his bag. He's diving for it like it's a dirty magazine. I grab hold of it first. His report card. The date is from 2 weeks ago. My blood's boiling. "What the hell is this, Tyler Hill?" "I don't know," he says. "You don't know? Are you kidding me?" He snatches the report card back and crumples it, stuffing it into his bag. "Putting it in your bag won't change the grades you got," I say. "Duh. We'll talk about this on the way to school," I say with a growl. I slam the car door. I'm so angry I can't even gather my thoughts. I don't know what bothers me more, the failing grades or his attempt to hide them. I want to collect myself before talking to him, because yelling won't accomplish anything. We sit in silence for a few minutes until I break the seal. "So first things first. Why did you try to hide it?" Tyler doesn't answer. He turns his head to stare out the window. My rage builds more at this. I know he's been through a tough time, so I try not to let it show. Probably unsuccessfully. "I didn't see a single grade higher than a C, Tyler," I say. "You never struggled with grades before. What's going on?" "I don't know," he says. "And you're failing science, it looks like." "I guess. I don't know." I'm stunned, Tyler. I don't understand. This is the same kid who begged for a chemistry set for his birthday. Remember when the DVD of A Brief History of Time stopped working because you watched it so much? This isn't you. I'm not mad as much as I'm concerned. But don't misunderstand me, I'm still really mad. Okay. I can't stand the indifference. Even if it's a put-on, it's infuriating. Denial won't make this problem go away. It's the beginning of his high school career. I start thinking about what it might look like if this is just a hint of things to come. If his grades stay this low, he won't get into college. And if he does, will he have the wherewithal to stick with it? I don't know what he'll do professionally. Instead of catastrophizing, I need to figure out how to steer him in a better direction so he can accomplish what I know he's capable of. I need to make sure this is only a blip. How do I get through to him about what a big deal this is? Especially at a time in his life where what happens now lays the foundation for his entire future. I know what it's like for the consequences of your unforced errors to follow you for the rest of your life. I got married too young to a woman I never should have been with. Then, just as my adult life began, Charlotte shocked me with the news that we were going to have a baby. A light bulb goes off. I'm concerned that football is taking up too much of your time, Tyler. I start. This gets his attention. No, you're not taking away football from me. It's my whole life. That's exactly the point. Maybe it's too much of your life. The biggest thing in your life right now needs to be your academics, not sports. Football is a distraction that you can't afford if you're getting failing grades in all your classes. Not all of them, Dad, he says. Okay, and also a few D's and a C. Not much better than failing. You know that. Besides, you know that if your grades stay this way, you'll be ineligible for football. So we need to make changes. It's just a question of what changes we make. Not football. Please, Dad, not football. We can talk with your coach to explain what's going on and ask for his advice. But, James won't allow you to keep playing if this is what your grades look like. I promise I'll get better. Promises aren't enough, Tyler. We need to figure out what the problem is and fix it. A pack of students streams across the parking lot as we pull into the school. I find a spot in the second row and park. Wait, why are we in the parking lot and not the drop-off line? Tyler, you're failing science. You're practically failing everything else. I'm coming in to talk to your teachers. It's a big deal, and I need to know what's going on. God, that's totally excessive. Just, if you do, go in separately from me. We might be able to have every book ever written available in our pockets. We can watch any movie at any moment of the day without waiting. We can video chat with people thousands of miles away. But no matter the differences between my generation and his, there's one thing that hasn't changed at all since I was a kid. Teenagers still have an irrational fear of dying from embarrassment if they're seen in public with their parents. Chapter 3. Dean. I watch Tyler as he walks away. He immediately pulls out his phone, oblivious to the cars around him. I want to yell out to him to put the phone away, but his knowing I'm spying on him would only make things worse. I take a call in the car before heading in. I figure I'll give the staff and teachers a little bit of a reprieve before making them deal with an irate parent trying to figure out why their child is failing. I make it a point to never be that parent, though. I know that Tyler has no one to blame but himself. His teachers aren't the ones who forgot to turn in his homework. They didn't force him to stay longer at football practice instead of getting a start on his studying. Come on, Mom. You don't know what you're talking about. It's my teacher's fault. I hear a girl, dressed all in black with dyed black hair, say this to her mom in the parking lot. Sure, Riley. Nothing's ever your fault, the mom says. At least I'm not the only one. All things considered, Tyler's turned out to be a pretty good kid, especially with his mom coming in and out of his life. Her new husband didn't want a half-sibling hanging around their kids. Figures that she'd marry someone who's as much a piece of work as her. I've tried my best to be not just the best single dad I can be, but the best mom, too. With the teenage years, though, and more pressure at work, the toll is catching up to me. If I got a report card as a dad, mine probably wouldn't look too much better than Tyler's. It's funny. I graduated high school 19 years ago, but I still get a tidal wave of anxiety whenever I head into a school. It's Pavlovian. I still feel like a kid who's about to get detention for not having a hall pass. I open the heavy doors and trudge in. Some kids quickly straighten up, trying to look like they're not doing anything. I want to say to them, I don't care, I'm basically a dumb kid too. I want to be here just as little as you do. Can I help you? A woman in a long skirt asks. Yeah, I'm looking for the principal's office. I'm not sure. Follow me, she says. She walks me down the hall and has me sit in one of the upholstered chairs. She goes back and I hear her call out. Principal Cross, there's a gentleman who wants to see you. He looks like he's from the school board or something. Ah, that's funny. He comes rushing out as if he's about to greet a VIP. His face drops when he sees it's just me. Oh, hi. Can I help you? I think so. I'm Dean Hill. I'm the dad of Tyler Hill. He's a freshman. I need to figure out how to speak with his teachers. Oh, okay. Just a parent, he says with a look of relief on his face. Come with me back into my office. I'll help you sort it out. He takes me to the back and looks up Tyler's information. Oh yeah, not the best report card. No wonder you're here. He's lucky to have a dad who's so concerned with his performance. There's a part of me that starts feeling defensive, but I push it down and take the compliment. Let me get you a printout of his schedule. It has his teachers' names, and I'll have it print out their office number and school emails. I was hoping I could talk to someone today, I say. I hope I didn't come out to the school for nothing. Oh, sure. Well, I know their schedules can be tight, but hopefully you can talk to someone. It's tough wrangling so many employees and students. You have no idea. I don't know how you manage. Oh, it must be like running a small company. A big company, honestly. I don't know how I manage some days either. I have an amazing staff. The students, too, and then, of course, when I'm lucky to get to talk to their parents, he says. But most of them aren't as, patient as you. Whoa, good to know I'm doing something right. You're doing a lot right. It's tough raising teenagers. You have them? One. A teenage boy, a girl in grade school, and newborn twin babies. Congratulations, I say, then think out loud. Wow, just... wow. Yeah, that's about all I can say too, he says. Makes having just one teenage son seem like a walk in the park. Teenagers are tough, even the best ones. It's not easy, especially. Are you doing it alone? Yes. Tyler's mother left when he was little, and she hasn't been in the picture much since. That must be hard on him. Yeah, he doesn't talk about it much, but I'm sure it affects him more than he'll ever let me know, I say. Okay, so, Tyler's science teacher, her name is... Miss Bowler, Maya Bowler. Let me get her schedule for you. I heard my name. My ears are burning, a woman's voice calls out. She's walking into the principal's suite at the mention of her name. So, what's this about Maya Bowler? She's breathtaking. An absolutely stunning black woman. She has brown eyes, long black curly hair, and radiant dark skin. One of the most beautiful women I've seen in my life. She shows a big smile but immediately tries to suppress it. It somehow makes her even prettier. Maya, this is... I find it difficult to speak. I can't focus on anything besides her angelic face. And, God, that body. Hi, I'm Tyler Hill. Dean's dad. Tyler Hill's dad. Dean. Smooth, Dean. Real smooth. Oh, Mr. Hill. Good morning. I'm pleased to meet you, she says, holding out her hand. It takes a second longer than it should for me to grab it back. I'm Maya Bowler, Tyler's science teacher. I'm glad you came in. I was wondering why I hadn't heard from you after the report card went out, so I'm glad you're here. I'm glad I'm here too. I was dreading it, but now that I've seen his gorgeous teacher... Well, if he has to be failing something, I'm grateful now that it's science. My mind quickly jumps into scenarios of me having to have regular meetings with her, alone in her classroom after hours with no one there. Oh my God, Dean. Just stop it. This is about your son's future, not your pecker. Which is growing slightly. I hope she can't tell. I need to stop it from growing anymore, but I don't want to stop thinking about how hot she is. I wanted to talk to you about Tyler's grades. This isn't like him, I say. Yeah, I know he can do much better. Something just isn't connecting with him, Maya says. Would you have a few minutes to talk about it with me? I'm very concerned, I say. Well, I'll leave you two to take it from here, Principal Cross says. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Principal Cross. It's been a pleasure talking with you. I hope we can get this all worked out. I try to sound professional, like I'm not just here to leer. You have the information I gave you, right? Call me if you need anything at all. I need your school's 9th grade science teacher, I think to myself. But I don't think he can help me with that.
Chapter 4. Maya. It takes a minute for me to recover from the sight of this gorgeous white man. His energy is strong and commanding, his demeanor speaking to the dedication of his storming the office. Principal Avery looks up at both of us. You have the information I gave you, right? Call me if you need anything at all. I nod at Avery and return my attention to the man. Shaking my hair back behind my shoulders, I draw in a deep breath to prepare for what might be coming. Thankfully, in my heels, I almost meet his eyes levelly. I put on my best and brightest face. Though his tone doesn't sound immediately accusatory, I know exactly what Tyler's report card looked like. This is never the way a teacher would like to first meet a parent. His face looks tense, which causes me to wonder whether he is truly unfriendly or if he just is uncomfortable. I'd be happy to discuss his progress in my room and try to resolve any questions you might have, I offer, trying to sound professional. He nods and takes a step back. Looking relaxed, he holds his right hand and his left in front of his body, concealing where a wedding ring would be. Looking him up and down for a minute, I push down the immediate physical attraction that I felt. He is practically a Greek god, with his 6-foot toned body barely concealed by his business attire. The dark hair only accentuates further the pale blue captivating eyes. I wonder what this man might be like when he is at the height of his confidence. What it would be like for him to take command. Is he gentle and kind, or is he the type to be intense and fierce? I mentally shake my thoughts away. After everything that happened with Braxton, I would be hard-pressed to get involved with someone else, even if it is non-committal. Besides, he is probably spoken for. He's a father whose teenage son is attending our school, and I need to be professional. This is my job and should be treated as such. I stand up as straight as I can. Doing my best to keep a level head and a calm look on my face, I attempt to calculate my words to keep the conversation composed. Judging by his body language, he isn't here to start a fight. Still, I'm on the edge of defensive with a knot forming in my stomach. I contain my desire to retaliate and move into my teacher voice. He does seem to be struggling in my class. I always hate to see my students having a hard time. Is there something I could do for you? He draws in a long breath. It is less what can be done for me and more what can be done for Tyler. If it is possible, I would like to talk about his grades and what might be done about them. As you know, he plays football and needs to maintain his GPA. I'm more concerned with his academics, but I know he'd be upset to be removed from the team if his grades continue to slip. I can tell he wants to talk about it right now, but I glance at my watch and bite my lip. Surely he understands I have to get to class, and he must have to get to a job somewhere. He clearly has money, being as well put together as he is. As I lift my eyes again to meet his, it seems as though he can sense that it's not a great time. His body tenses, waiting for the response. I would be happy to sit down with you to discuss Tyler's grades. I let out a sigh. Unfortunately, my class is about to start, and I do need to get going. He nods slowly, clearly disappointed. I am very sorry, I continue. Would you perhaps be available after school hours tomorrow? He shifts to one foot as he thinks for a moment. The knot in my stomach has me bordering on nauseous. He nods decisively. I believe I can make that work, Miss Bowler. I appreciate you taking some time to work with me. The tension leaves my body, and my shoulders relax in spite of myself. Keeping my chin up, I try to remain confident. I see his eyes flick up and down my body, and his confidence begins to exude from his posture. However, his eyes on me make me feel exposed. The deep blue eyes take a hold of me as he offers his hand once again. His eyes say that there is more behind that scowl he wears, a softness that I can't quite get a read on. When our hands touch this time, the nervous tension becomes sensual. I bite the inside of my cheek as I pull away, offering a small grin. Keep it together, Maya. It's my pleasure. I am always ready and willing to help my students. Please meet me at my classroom. It's the second to last room at the end of this hall. I will be available at 3 o'clock. I flash him a bright smile. I will see you then. It's been a pleasure meeting you, Miss Bowler. My cheeks burn for a moment, not expecting the compliment if that's what it was. He takes another step back and nods at me. Then he hesitates a moment, as if there is something else he wants to say. In the end, he simply murmurs another thank you before departing the office. Oh, man. Oh, glorious, sexy man. The secretary looks at me with a look of interest, and I try to cancel out the heat in my cheeks, feeling thoroughly embarrassed. Gathering my materials and myself quickly, I head out of the office and towards my classroom, attempting to meditate on the clacking noise of my heels as I rush down the hall. Even though I should be mentally preparing for the class which is about to start, I cannot get my mind off of the handsome stranger. He obviously cares about his son's grades, or he wouldn't have come into the school like that. That's more thoughtful than some parents. I have tried for weeks to encourage Tyler to come and see me for more help. He seems distracted in class and doesn't turn in homework assignments. Report cards had gone out a while ago, and there had still been radio silence. We both knew that his football relied on his ability to keep his grades up. I can still feel Mr. Hill's eyes on me, causing me to shiver in spite of myself. Walking absent-mindedly down the familiar hallway, I pass students who are tardy to their first period class. While they quickly glance at me expecting a reprimand, my mind is occupied elsewhere. I take another deep breath before pushing open the door to my classroom. I want to help the Hills, but I am concerned about what kind of parent Mr. Hill will be. Will he be a reasonable and rational man, or will he blame me for his son's grade?
Chapter 5. Dean. I am feeling pretty good about my upcoming meeting with Tyler's teacher. She seems to have a good head on her shoulders. She is absolutely gorgeous and easy on the eyes. Her caramel skin and those warm brown eyes just draw me to her. But she is my son's teacher. I can't be daydreaming about her. It's a thrill every time I see my car. It's a beautiful translucent light blue that sparkles in the sun. It's just a Toyota, but it is a luxury edition. I unlock the car door and start the car before I get to it. The technology in my car is amazing. I have all the bells and whistles. I decided that if I was going to spend a lot of time commuting back and forth from Tyler's school, I had to have a comfortable car. I also like to drive fast when Tyler isn't in the car with me, and this car never disappoints. As I am getting into the car, my phone rings. It is Tyler's mother, Charlotte. I definitely don't want to talk to her right now. That woman has a way of making my day very unpleasant. I need to have a good day today. I connect my phone to the Bluetooth in the car, and I call into work because I am running late. My assistant Marvin tries to give me my messages, but I stop him before he can talk. I'm just going to be late, Marvin. I'm not taking the day off. I'll be there in 30 minutes. Goodbye now. After the phone call, I get on the highway and put the car on cruise. I just want to relax for the few minutes I get alone while driving into work. No fast driving for me this morning. Then the phone rings again, disrupting my peace. It's Charlotte. I ignore it, but she calls 3 more times. The constant ringing of the phone is really bothering me, so I go ahead and pick up the phone. Hello, Charlotte. Why weren't you picking up my calls? I don't appreciate you blowing me off like that. I don't say a word. Well, what do you have to say for yourself? Charlotte asks. What do you want, Charlotte? I'm driving. I'm suing you for custody of Tyler. Is that all? I feel my chest tightening. I swerve to the side of the road and stop the car. After all this time, you want my son? I demand. He's my son too, you know. Really? After all these years, you're claiming him. Figure, I do the hard work and now you just want to fly in and grab him from me. Flying where? What? Where am I flying? You're an idiot, Charlotte, and I'm not going to give my son to you like he's a clearance dress on layaway. At this point, Charlotte starts cursing and threatening me. I wait for her to take a breath, and then I interject. You don't know how to be a mother, Charlotte. Even when you were pregnant, motherhood didn't agree with you. Just stick to your yoga and Zumba classes and leave my boy alone. He's not your boy. It's not like he's ever been your boy. I'm surprised with all those trips and wild night parties that you even remembered you had a son. Now just shut up, Dean. You know very well that I was too young when I had Tyler. You were 24, Charlotte. Stop acting like you were a teen mom. I was too young and overwhelmed. But now I'm married and a stay-at-home mom. Things are different for me, Dean. I want my son, and I want him now. You've been married for, 5 years now? Why didn't you call for him then? I was building a home and a family, Dean. I wanted to complete it before I got Tyler back. Well, too bad for you. As long as I have breath, you will never ever have custody of my son. You're impossible. Well, you're You shut up, Dean Hill. Just shut up. You shut up, Charlotte. This is a big waste of my time. You'll be hearing from my lawyer from now on. With that, Charlotte hangs up on me. Why now? I ask myself. Charlotte is selfish beyond words. I scream and bang my hands on the steering wheel. This can't be happening to us. All these rough years that I have taken care of Tyler by myself, and now she wants him. I dial my lawyer, and he picks up on the third ring. What are you doing answering your own phone, Chuck? Doreen's mom had a heart attack. Sorry to hear that. I answer the phone most of the time anyway. That girl doesn't know what work is. I suppose she doesn't. Why are you calling, Dean? I can't get the words out. The first sound I make is garbled nonsense, so I take a deep breath and try again. Dean, what's wrong? Chuck says. Charlotte is suing me for custody. What? She's married and a stay-at-home mom. She's not a party girl anymore. Says it's time or something like that. I thought it was time when the kid came, but what do I know? That's too bad, Dean. What do you mean? In an ordinary case, I wouldn't be worried. But her staying at home and being married changes the ballgame. A lot of judges like to see kids with their mothers, and it's going to be harder to argue she's incompetent if that's the case. I swallow hard and close my eyes. I hate to tell you this, buddy, but your high-powered accounting job keeps you away from Tyler. It doesn't look good that he's been having to get rides home with friends or other parents. I can't help that I have to work late. I need this job. There's no other way to support Tyler. After COVID, we all had to go back and work at the office. Sure, it's been hard, but things will calm down soon. Will they, Dean? Be honest with yourself. Chuck is right, but I don't want to admit it to him or to myself. And from what my daughter Charlene tells me, Tyler's grades are slipping so bad he might be kicked off the football team. So, Tyler is having trouble at school. That's normal for a kid when they cross over to high school. Charlene is doing just fine. Charlene has been an overachiever since preschool, Chuck. You can't compare them. Well, that might be the case. But failing grades makes it look like you have an unstable home. So, what are you telling me? You should be worried, Dean. You need to change things quickly or else. Or else what? It doesn't look good. All I'm saying is you need to make a case that Tyler couldn't have a better parent than you. Give them no reason to even consider agreeing to a switch. I say goodbye and hang up the phone. I'm already a half hour late to work. I feel an itching sensation all up and down my arms and back. I pull back my shirt sleeves to see that my anxiety hives are back. I'm going to need to go to the ER for a huge shot of antihistamine so that they will go away. But I can't go to the ER now. Charlotte would have a field day. Charlotte always makes a big deal about my hives. She says that the hives are an indicator of my mental illness. In reality, she's the only one that stresses me out so much that I get hives. But she can't admit that she's the source of the problem, so she tells me I'm unwell. I call my office and talk to Marvin again to say that I'm going to work from home this morning. But I'll go to the office after lunch. My boss isn't happy to hear that, but tough luck, boss man. It's always been a nightmare of mine that something like this would happen, and now it is happening. Welcome to my nightmare. Chapter 6. Dean. A few hours at home and a good antihistamine cured my hives, but they threatened to come back during my second call to Chuck today. I'm driving back to work, on the phone at the same time. My lawyer has talked to Charlotte's lawyer, so he has some new information. I can send you what her lawyer sent about what they plan to present. It's what I told you, Tyler's grades and your intense work schedule. That's not fair. Child custody battles are rarely fair, Dean. What am I saying? Charlotte probably hired a lawyer who will go as low as she wants. Well, this lawyer was pretty decent. Usually, they don't send information over before the hearing. Why do you think she did that? Well, she sounds kind of conflicted over the phone. She says she was raised by a single father, so this case is hard for her. I wonder why she took the case. Money, Dean. She's young, and she's just hung out her shingle. In this economy, you can't afford to turn away any cases, especially when you are starting out. I get it. Do you think she'll go soft on me? She can't, Dean, or she'll be disbarred. Chuck clears his throat. I'll send over what she sent me. It's stuff regarding the case and resources. Fax it to my assistant, Marvin. I'll look at them first thing. Dean, this would be a lot easier if you could get a stay-at-home wife and get Tyler's grades up. Anyone on the horizon you were planning to propose to in a month or two anyway? This would be the time to speed up those plans. Why? You need help. Look, raising teenagers is hard work, even when you raise them with a wife. You need that kind of help. Too bad you just can't go out and persuade anyone to be your wife. With what time? Sure, I'm just joking. Doesn't sound like you're joking. Dean, it would make my life easier, but even I know that's a crazy idea. I could bring my mother down to help me take care of Tyler. How old's your mother? 93. Come on, Dean. They'd argue she could drop dead in front of Tyler. She wouldn't do that. She's in better shape than you or me. I hear Chuck laughing on the other side of the phone. I'm almost at work, but Chuck is making me nervous. Look, I'll do my best. You sit down tonight and brainstorm what you can do to make things better. First thing on your agenda is getting Tyler's grades up. It doesn't look good that he's not passing. I know. I sigh. What's Coach Finch say about the situation? Is Tyler going to make varsity next year? Isn't he too young for varsity? You have a very talented boy there. He should have been playing varsity this year, but they won't take freshmen. To tell you the truth, football is the last thing on my mind. Sorry, Dean. I'll call you when I figure something out. Thanks, Chuck. Bye. I know that Chuck was joking about finding a wife, but I am in an impossible situation. I need to pull out all the stops, and that means doing the impossible. I'm an attractive man with a good job, living in a nice spot in Philadelphia. I should be able to attract somebody. When I get to work, Marvin has a ton of messages waiting for me. Part of me is glad for them. I have no immediate answers for my problems with Tyler and Charlotte, so I might as well use work to get my mind off them. I take the list of messages and head to my office. I slam the door and then throw my briefcase on my office sofa. I sit down at my desk and put my head in my hands. After a few deep breaths, I try to focus on my work. But even just looking at the notes Marvin's left me makes my head feel thick and dizzy. I can't concentrate. I can't get Charlotte and her demands out of my mind. How dare she drop this bomb on a workday? Why couldn't she wait until the weekend? But that's Charlotte. She never thinks of what is best. Just best for her. Chuck suggested a really crazy idea, but in the end, there's no way I can lose Tyler. Charlotte will never be a fit mother. Plus, I can't let her pull Tyler away from me or his home. I'm thinking that I can do this thing that Chuck suggested. I don't know how, and I really don't care. I'll figure it out. I'll do anything to keep my son. I could have made everything so much worse for Charlotte in the beginning. I could have contested her for custody. I could have gone to every court, proving she was an unfit mother. I never thought she'd come back. I never thought I had to. I thought what I was doing was best for Tyler. I concealed her absence from him for years, telling him things like she traveled for work a lot. I didn't want him to feel rejected, so I tried to ignore all of that. Court dates commemorating her failures as a parent didn't seem helpful, but now I'm paying for it. Every day is hard with Tyler, but I don't mind. It's been a struggle raising him alone, but I always rise to the occasion. Not just because I have to, but because I love him so much. I want to do good by him. I make the hard decisions based on how it will affect Tyler. I think of Tyler first, always. It's never like that with Charlotte. She makes decisions based on how it will affect her. She doesn't have the heart of a mother, the ability to nurture and put her son first. I've done all the hard work. Now we are in the home stretch, and Charlotte wants to take him. I turn on my computer and hear a knock on the door. It's Marvin. Mr. Hill, the boss wants you in his office right away. I know you're busy, he apologizes, looking nervous. Okay, Marvin, tell him I'm on the way. I'm sorry, sir, that I couldn't blow him off for you. I feel a twinge of guilt at the anxiety on his face. I'm such a grump that I unnerve even the unfortunate employees that have to deal with me. Am I ready to be married to someone? Even just a marriage of convenience to keep custody? Who would want to marry someone who never smiles? I guess I'll have to learn to cheer up, or at least fake it, because I'll do anything not to lose my son.
Chapter 7. Maya. 2:35. Just another 40 minutes until the day is over. My last class for the day is relatively quiet, partnered bookwork, and a small experiment about creating a closed circuit. My desk is completely covered in papers, all from different classes, all the same tests from earlier in the week. Dropping my pen, I slowly start to massage my hand. After setting the kids up with their tasks, I've been marking for the last half an hour. Usually, I would save this for after hours, but I have to meet Tyler's father and don't want to take my work home with me. A cheerful young voice pulls me out of my thoughts. It's Emma, one of my brightest students this semester. "Miss Bowler?" I snap out of my thoughts and look across the desk at the small brunette. "Yes, Emma?" Susie and I both finished our work. She holds up 2 booklets. After clearing a quick spot on my desk, I take them from her. "Thank you. You two can do work from a different class if you want, or just read quietly." I smile and Emma nods before spinning around and walking back over to her desk partner. I see them both chatting for a minute before pulling out 2 books. After that, a steady stream of students over the next half an hour hand in their work. By the last 5 minutes of class, the volume has picked up about a dozen notches. I hesitate to reprimand them, only because we're just about to leave and everyone has finished their work. As soon as the bell rings, it's a race to leave the room. Everyone's all packed up, and the only things left on the desk are the circuit kits. Standing, I smooth out my top and grab the bin that they all go into. I make sure the classroom door is open and start cleaning up. Halfway through putting all the kits away, I hear a soft knock against the door frame, and my first thought is to glance at the time. He's right on time. My eyes flick down from the wall clock to his face, where a sheepish smile sits. "I hope I'm not interrupting. I'm here for our meeting," he says. And I put the dark blue bin down on a desk. No, of course not. I was just picking up after our electricity experiment today. It crosses my mind to wonder why I felt the need to find an excuse for being in my own classroom cleaning up. With a flurried few steps forward, we meet at the front of the room. I hold out my hand, and he shakes it firmly, but not too tight. I fight an instinctual smile and walk behind my desk. "Control yourself, Maya." I pull the chair out and sit. Gesturing in front of me, he grabs one of the desk chairs, before second-guessing himself and just sitting down on the table. I sift through my desk, trying to find my pen under all the papers and now booklets. After an embarrassing amount of time, I finally pull it and my notebook out of the clutter. Thankfully, he's being patient. I glance up, and he's just casually looking around the room. He doesn't seem rushed, but he also seems like he's purposefully trying to keep himself busy. So, I start. A little too excitedly. "Let's start with your concerns about Tyler. It'll be easier to find a solution if I have the full scope of what's going on in his life." I get my pen ready, but my writing falters as he starts. "Well, his mother and I have been having custody issues. She is trying to sue me for custody, and I'm worried that Tyler's grades might be used against us in the court case. I'm also just worried about him in general. He's been hiding his report card from me, and it feels like he's being standoffish all the time now. I just want to help him however I can." After his whole spiel, my page stays blank. I drop my hand against the desk to look up at him. His calm demeanor is gone, and I instantly want to give him a hug. Yesterday he had a scowl on his face, but now it's just a full frown. He looks incredibly stressed out, and the teacher mode inside me shuts off. Those are all incredibly important concerns. I think it's very sweet of you to put his education over all your other stressors right now. I start, my voice guided. The last thing I want is to say the wrong thing. I'd love to give Tyler more one-on-one time, but with his football practice, it doesn't leave a lot of extra time, I answer honestly. Every time Tyler is in my last class for the day, he's out the door before anyone else. He's absolutely obsessed with football, and I can hear him talk about it during any free work time. Right, and I don't want to take football away from him, Dean adds, putting his hands on his knees. He leans in on them hard, and his head drops. So we just need to find a balance, I offer, and he looks up from his lap with a questioning gaze. Maybe we should talk to Shayla, our guidance counselor. She's great with kids and has been an asset to the school since she got here, I offer. He nods slowly. That's a good idea. Do you think she's in now? I'd really like to get a head start on this, he asks, and I lean over my desk to check the time. It's only a few minutes past 3. She should still be here. Looking back at Dean, I nod and stand up from my desk. I think she is. Let's take a walk down to the office and find out. Without another word, he stands, and we head outside the classroom. I close and lock my door, just in case, and lead him down the hallway. What do you do for work, Mr. Hill? I want to make casual conversation, but as soon as it comes out of my mouth, I feel like I'm being the opposite of casual. He answers me gruffly. I'm in accounting. He doesn't give any more detail, and I nod quietly to myself. We're at the front office soon enough, and I hold up a finger to Tyler's dad as I poke my head inside. Is Shayla still here? I ask. One of the secretaries answers from behind her desk. She doesn't even look up from her work. I would assume so. She hasn't come by yet, but I could have missed her when I was working. I nod and thank her. Closing the door behind me, I turn to Dean. They think she's still here, but I guess the only real way to find out would be heading down to the guidance office. He nods and waits for me to lead the way. Starting our walk back up again, I take in just how quiet the school is. Maybe it only feels quiet because I'm desperate for a distraction from the handsome man beside me. Chapter 8. Maya. Pushing open the door, I see both guidance rooms open. The front of the guidance office is full of beanbag chairs for kids to wait in. It has a bookshelf with a few of the library's extras and an outlet dedicated to phone charging. As soon as you walk in, the whole space carries an energy of calm relaxation. I wave Dean in after me, and he lets the door close behind him with a soft swish. I walk up to the room farthest away and rap my knuckles against the door frame. Oh, hi Maya, how can I help you? Shayla closes her bookbinder and pushes back from her desk. With a smile, I step into the room with Dean close behind me. This is Tyler Hill's dad, Mr. Hill. We were hoping you might add a new mind to our predicament. We're trying to find a way to help Tyler improve his grades. I watch as she pushes her work to the side and clasps her hands together on her desk. Of course, come in, both of you. She waves us into the office. I quickly walk forward, taking a seat on the other side of her desk. Dean sits beside me, settling into the stiff chair. Shayla's office is a calming light purple color. She has her desk offset against a wall, and every free space is full of different motivational posters from local youth centers. She has a large calendar, the top with a picture of a cat and a motivational quote. Her desk is a normal spruce board one, the same as every classroom gets, but it's got so many colorful decorations and things for the kids to fiddle with while they're in here. Even a collection of stuffed animals sit in the corner of the room, all clean and happy looking. Every time I look somewhere else, my eyes are drawn to something I didn't notice before. When I finally look back at Shayla, her eyes are locked on Dean, and she has a sweet, caring look on her face. I'm glad to see you taking such an interest in Tyler's grades. He's a bright young man. With our help, I'm sure he'll turn it around. I nod my agreement, then scoot back in my chair and rest my hands on my lap. Dean sits still, but his demeanor seems a little more at ease. I don't want him to give up football. Shayla nods. I agree. I can't stress enough how important it is to let him keep an activity he enjoys. Everyone needs somewhere to blow off steam after a long day. I'll look through his schedule and see if we can find a new compromise. With that, Shayla begins clicking on her computer. Let's take a look here, she mumbles. It looks like he has a free period after C lunch. Maya, do you have a scheduled class then? I take a second to think back to my schedule before shaking my head. No, that's my prep period. I've already put 2 and 2 together, but Shayla explains it anyway. Perfect. Then why don't you tutor Tyler during his free block? She's already penciling it down. I'm sure we can get you a student aide from study hall another period to help make up for missing your prep time. That sounds good to me. It's a full hour. I'm sure it'll go great. I can't see him needing more than a month's worth. Then it's settled. Anything else? Both Dean and I shake our heads. Thank you for the help, Mrs. Davis-Cross, Dean says. And Shayla smiles brightly. No wonder Avery is so smitten. She has a gorgeous smile. Anytime. I'll also schedule some sessions with Tyler, maybe one every few weeks, just to monitor things. I'm already standing, and so is Tyler's dad. Shayla walks us to the door. On the way out, I turn my head. I'll see you later, Shayla. Have a good night. I throw up a small wave, and she waves back. You too. Leading Dean out, I can hear the janitorial staff pushing their carts. I flip my wrist over to check the time, and my eyebrows raise. It's already 4 o'clock. I can't believe time flew by so fast. Are you going out the west side? I gesture down the hallway. Dean nods. Yeah, that's where I parked. I'll walk you out then. Just let me grab my things from class. He nods, and I quicken my walk. Dean follows suit, to my surprise. When we get there, I'm met with the other half of the experiment kits I forgot to pack away. Crap. I'm sorry, I need to tidy up before we go. If you need to, you can go on ahead without me. I grab the bin and Dean shakes his head. No, it's all right. I don't mind waiting. To my surprise, he starts to pack up the other side of the class. I try to hide my smile, but my cheeks burn as the muscles start to cramp. We finish tidying up quickly. In the end, I grab my sweater and purse and put them on. Finally, I take my classroom keys. After we've both left, I lock the door behind me. Walking toward the doors, Dean pulls out his phone and hands it to me. Could you add your number? I'd like to keep in touch while you're tutoring Tyler, just to make sure everything is going okay. I take it and type my number in, adding my email and contact name. Of course, we can set up a call once a week to talk about it if you have the time. He takes his phone back and slides it into his pocket. Yeah, I have an earlier day every Thursday. I make a mental note of it. Perfect. We'll make that our meeting day. I open my phone to check the bus times as we walk. Crap. The next bus doesn't come for another 45 minutes. I won't be home until at least 6. I sigh quietly and put my phone away. Dean looks at me quizzically. Everything all right? I glance up at him before shaking my head and pushing the west doors open. Yeah, I was just looking at the time. The parking lot is mostly empty now, so there's no chance I can catch a ride home from one of the other teachers. Not that I would want to ask them anyways. It's just easier to take the bus home. As we approach a sleek blue car, I hear the jingling of keys from Dean. The car in front of us unlocks, beeping to announce itself. I have to choke down the flash of resentment that starts to swell in me, recalling my measly teacher's salary. This man is depending on me to tutor his son, something he can't do on his own. And I'm stuck taking the bus while he drives this? The universe has a twisted sense of humor.
Chapter 9. Dean. It's an awkward feeling, waiting to say goodbye to her outside my car. It reminds me, in a strange way, of the end of a date. I shouldn't be thinking about her like that. She's Tyler's teacher, and has been kind enough thus far to help him. The least she deserves is decency. The silence between us is growing, and with every second it hangs more tediously in the air. Once I was told a few easy ways to see if a woman was uncomfortable. Holding her arms or fiddling with her hands and fidgeting were a few obvious ones, but it was the last one that surprised me. If she glances at her feet or to the right, she's trying to find something else to focus on. Right now, I can see her doing all three. Her hands are firm on her purse, picking at a seam. Her feet keep adjusting as if she can't get comfortable. Finally, when I look back up at her face, she's staring out into the parking lot before her eyes almost immediately zone back in on me. "Thank you for everything," I say, covering the silence and holding out my hand. She shakes it briefly. "Of course. You're really such an amazing father to care for Tyler this much and want to help him." Her voice sounds even, and the nervous fidgeting seems to have stopped. Nice save. I shake my head. I appreciate the compliment, but if I had been more ahead of everything in the first place, it wouldn't have gotten this out of hand. She offers me a kind smile, but doesn't say anything else. "Have a nice night, Miss Bowler." I walk toward my driver's side door. "Please call me Maya," she calls after me. She gives me the warmest smile. I take note of that as I climb into the car. Maya, that's a pretty name. I can see her in my rear view. She doesn't stay in the same spot for long. Taking a few paces backward, I watch her turn and start to walk back toward the school. She doesn't go back inside, but rather goes to one of the old wooden benches and sits down on it. I look away from the mirror. I can't shake the feeling that I've been missing a lot more than just a bit of school from Tyler's life. He never talks to me, so how am I supposed to know what's going on? I lean on my steering wheel, lost in thought. I wish I could just sit him down so I can figure out how to do better. My eyes drift aimlessly around the outside world, watching kids get picked up from after-school activities. A few buses pass by the entrance to the lot, and I straighten myself back up as I see a kid staring into my car. As soon as we make eye contact, he turns away as if embarrassed. In any other condition, I would have been unfazed. A kid's inquisitiveness is one of the most endearing parts of watching them grow up. But today it just reminds me that I'm quickly running out of time to connect with Tyler. I don't want to be one of those dads, the ones that their sons never talk to or about. I want to be a good parent to Tyler, and I want to make sure that he gets the education he needs. My brain feels wrecked. I'm going in thought loops. Something needs to break up the silence. I flick on the radio and an old pop song is playing. I lean back in my seat. As I turn to check whether I can safely back out of my spot, I see Maya, still right where I saw her last. She's on her phone this time, but occasionally she looks up and smiles at some of the kids. A few of them walking by greet her, and she reciprocates the same enthusiasm. She's gorgeous, with brown eyes and big curly hair. She smelled sweet too when we were walking down the hallway. Someone like her would make a perfect wife. She would be perfect for me and for Tyler. She would make an amazing mom. Immediately, I almost feel guilty. I should at least get to know her more before I start jumping to conclusions. My hands react before my brain does, and I start to back out of my spot to make my way over to her. She doesn't look at the car until I'm right in front of her. When I come to a stop, she steps closer and peers into my passenger side window. "Dean?" I don't even know what I want to say, but then it comes out. "Are you waiting on someone? Or do you need a ride?" She shakes her head quickly, adjusting her weight from one foot to the other. "No, that's all right." I cut her off with a held-up finger, and she quiets. "Really, I insist. It's the least I can do." I unlock my doors, and I watch her hesitate. After a long minute of us staring at each other, her nervous face eases. She pulls open the door. "All right, but just this once." She climbs in and closes the door behind her. I grin and let her buckle up before taking off.
Chapter 10. Maya. Well, this was not the way I saw this afternoon going. At least he is good company. Conversation in my classroom was more restrained. Obviously, it was important to keep the discussion relevant to the issues at hand. Tyler needs help, and we want to make that happen. But I find myself strangely at ease in this perfect stranger's car. Aside from being devilishly handsome and clearly a good father, he is kind and patient and straightforward. Qualities I am really not used to in men. Thanks again for the ride. You really didn't need to. Like I said, it's my pleasure. So, where are we headed? He flashes a devastating smile in my direction, and my heart skips. I notice a small dimple forms in the corner where his smile meets his cheek. Oh, it's just a few miles away. Head right at the next block. My mind drifts to the gravity of his generous offer to drive me home. He'll see my tiny hovel of an apartment in that shady part of town. The only merit is the churches nearby give a tiny glimmer of safety and security. You got it. So, what made you decide to become a science teacher? A welcome distraction as I switch gears to one of the great loves of my life. It's amazing how quickly the conversation can change the mood. Oh, I don't know. I love kids, I love science. Just seemed like a good fit. I shrug and grin. He chuckles gently to himself. I suppose that's fair enough. Have you always wanted to be a teacher? I've always loved kids, and I enjoy helping them. My first job was a babysitting gig that turned into a tutoring gig. I fell in love with the process of helping the kiddo achieve new heights. That's when I became interested in teaching. When I started taking classes, and then student teaching, I never doubted it was the right move. High school must be a challenge, though, he remarks. It can be. But when you teach younger kids, you don't always have the benefit of choosing a subject to focus on, since elementary teachers are usually responsible for most subjects. I had different classes and different focuses and different age groups. You have to test a lot of scenarios in college. High school science is where I landed. I didn't know that becoming a teacher was such a process. Good for you for sticking in there. You do seem to love it. I really do. I offer a warm smile. And you? I know every kid dreams of a lifetime of doing math, but what made you choose that path? I'm good at math. I can't help the flood of giggles. He shoots a quizzical look at me. I laugh for several minutes before I am able to catch my breath. Am I that funny? He doesn't sound annoyed as much as confused. I'm sorry, it wasn't that funny. I don't know what came over me. It was just such a simple answer. I guess I expected more. To say you're good at math feels like an obvious understatement. I suddenly feel very self-conscious about my outburst. He starts chuckling, starting to get the humor. A smile breaks out on my own face, relieving the tension from my previous blunder. What I meant by that was, math came naturally to me. When I started studying math in college, accounting was just something that always found me. It was a skill I had, so I used it. I didn't expect to be where I am today any more than I expected to meet you. I turned to glance out my side window, beginning to recognize the markers that we were getting close. I cannot believe this incredibly successful man is going to see my pitiful living situation. Gives a whole new meaning to there goes the neighborhood. I start to wring my hands in my lap when I realize we are getting close to my apartment, hoping he won't notice my nerves. Giving more specific directions makes me feel like I am shrinking with every block closer we get. Passing the local shops, like the corner markets, and the Salvation Army has me realizing just how crappy this side of town is. All the things I ignored every day on my way to and from work stick out like vivid eyesores now. Looking over the general filth and squalor of the streets makes me want to be sick, even more so as I look over to see Dean taking in all of this scene. I can just imagine what Dean and Tyler's place must look like. Modern and sleek, impeccably clean and cared for, perfectly manicured lawns out front, neighbors stopping to say hi. It's not like this is where I want to be. It is a necessity after everything that happened with that creep Braxton. I cannot believe I let him put me in this situation. I should have been smarter. How was I supposed to know that he would eat through my savings, leaving me penniless and drowning in debts? I can barely even afford the rent on this terrible place in this horrible neighborhood. This is me right here. I know it's not a great place. I am sure you have a great place. It's temporary, but... I stammer out, pointing to an apartment just ahead of us. The car slows and pulls over to the curb. He looks in the direction I point, and my cheeks burn like fire. If he has an opinion on the rundown and ratty old building in this crappy part of town, he is extremely good at hiding it. His eyes pan over the building, around at the scenery, if you can call it that, and the general neighborhood around us. His expression is flat, and he doesn't say a word. I don't. I let out a sigh. I'm sorry. This is just temporary. I let out a deep groan of frustration. My hands have now become fists in my lap. The situation is cranking tension into me at the speed of light. He looks at me in confusion. I heave out a sigh and look down in my lap, completely horrified. I don't even want to meet his eyes. I want to jump out of the car and run fast and far. It's not much, but it's just for now. I'm sorry for having you drive me into this part of town. Please don't think any less of me. Dean's hand lands on top of my fist in my lap. I jump slightly at the contact and can only stare at the foreign object lying on top of my hand. His soft, warm skin helps my hand relax slightly, and I can feel the blood rushing back into my fingertips. My sight follows his arm up to a solemn and steadfast face. The tears rise to my eyes. I can't read Dean's face, chiseled out of stone. This is why I didn't want to accept your help. I'm so embarrassed you have to see this. I didn't want anyone to know.
Chapter 11. Dean. Maya's sitting in my passenger seat, apologizing up and down, and I can't believe she feels terrible for it. It bothers me to think she's embarrassed by her living situation when it's obviously something she can't control. She's a professional woman, a teacher at that. She wouldn't be here if she didn't have to be. If anything, it's a flashing red sign at how terribly our teachers are paid, rather than a reflection of her character. Suddenly, my thoughts give me an idea. If she's upset about her living space and there's nothing she can do to get out of it on her own, she might need my help. Maybe the proposition is perfect for her. Have I found my 1 in a million? I shake my head at her, interrupting her finally. Don't feel bad at all. I know for a fact teachers aren't paid what they should be paid, and they sure aren't paid for what they're worth. For someone who sculpts the minds of the next generation, you should be able to afford a decent house, at the very least, I say, trying to ease her embarrassment. Well, thank you for saying that. It feels good to hear someone say it other than just us teachers, when we're agreeing with each other. She laughs. I mean it. Your salary isn't near enough for everything you sacrifice and put up with in a day. You truly are such a selfless person, I say, and her face lights up. As I continue, I can't help but notice how every time I say something nice to her, her face brightens. How long has it been since she's had someone compliment her? Does she not have someone acknowledging the little things about her? She's a beautiful, amazing woman, so why is no one telling her that more often? My heart feels heavy for her momentarily before realizing it's another reason she's the perfect girl to present with my proposition. We can come up with a situation that benefits us both. I can't fathom why no man until now has jumped at the chance to provide for such a terrific woman, but I'll do so gladly. And as a result, she'll help me keep my son. Everyone wins. I take a deep breath and prepare myself. I'm quiet for a moment, getting my thoughts together and thinking of the perfect way to say it. I'm unsure how to proceed. Maya's voice rings through the car, thanking me for driving her home and saying goodnight. My heart races as I watch her reach for her door handle. Wait, Maya, hold on a moment. I have a proposition for you, I say, feeling the lump in my throat. She turns around slowly. "Okay, I'm listening," she says, looking intrigued with a raised brow, waiting for me to continue. My heart is pounding. I decide to start with the very beginning, my reasoning for the proposition. Tyler's mom, Charlotte, is starting a custody battle. She's trying to take him from me. She wanted nothing to do with him his whole life until now. And she doesn't even want him for the right reasons. She's married, and he has his own kids, so it's a whole ordeal. I sigh, nervously rubbing my fingers over the steering wheel. I've taken care of him since she left. I've done everything for him and fully supported him by myself for his entire life. It's just been the two of us. I had no idea this would be something I'd have to worry about after all this time. I adjust awkwardly in my seat and continue. My lawyer says that in normal situations, considering she left us, I wouldn't have to worry about her winning. But since I'm single and she's married, and now he's struggling in school, the odds aren't in my favor. She has a husband and she's a stay-at-home wife, so the judge might see that as a more stable household for a kid. I hear her suck in her breath, making a sympathetic noise that gives me hope. My lawyer jokingly suggested something I could do to keep him, but now I think it might be my only option. I begin tentatively. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Dean. People can be so awful when it comes to custody agreements. Obviously, she has no place in his life, so it's awful she's doing this to the both of you. But I don't understand what the proposition is." I take a deep breath before asking her the question I've been dreading. "Maya, will you be my fake fiancé?" My heart is racing and I'm sweating bullets as the words leave my lips. Her mouth falls open, not saying a word. I jump in quickly to explain the details before she can object. "We'll draw up a contract explaining everything and eliminating any confusion. You'll be doing this to help me and Tyler, but I'll make it worth your while too. I'll pay off your rent and you'll be staying with me and Tyler for a while. So think of the money you'll save. When it's over, I promise I'll get you set up with a much nicer place as my way of saying thanks." I can see the wheels turning as she's clearly racking her brain, but I can't tell if she's thinking of how to tell me no, or if she's considering the pros and cons. I watch her nervously for a moment, but can sense her awkwardness. She starts fidgeting with her fingernails, and I can feel her hesitating. The second it crosses my mind that she might be trying to say no, I grow desperate and can't help myself. "I can't lose Tyler, Maya. You have to help me. I know this seems crazy, and it seems crazy even asking you this, but I wouldn't be asking you if I had any other choice. I'm desperate. Tyler is the only thing in my life I know for sure I can't lose. He's why I work so hard. He's my reason for getting up in the morning. And the thought of losing him, especially to Charlotte, is a thought I can't bear. When I say she's an awful woman, it's the understatement of the century. I can't believe I'm saying all this to her. I'm not a feelings kind of guy and I barely know her, but I'm giving her intimate details of my life, the sort of details I haven't even said out loud. But I'm desperate. I'm willing to do anything to keep him, even opening up to a gorgeous stranger with hypnotically stunning brown eyes.
Chapter 12. Maya. I sit in Dean's passenger seat, wondering what in the hell's going on. My hands are shaking and I'm sweating. There's no way he's serious, right? Or maybe I'm not hearing him correctly. Does he really want me to be his fake wife? Is he really asking me to marry him? Dean's staring at me, waiting for my answer, but I don't know what to say. I have never been in this situation before, nor thought I'd ever find myself in it. My answer should be no. Yet after everything he's explained about his situation with Tyler, it's hard to say no, and I'm not even looking at it selfishly. Even though this would give me a better living arrangement, it's not the reason I'm struggling. It's hard to say no when it sounds like saying yes would be saving Tyler from a horrible mother. Tyler's a sweet kid, and I don't want to see anything bad happen to him. At the same time, there's just no way I can do this. Is there? "Did you hear me?" Dean asks after several minutes of silence. My heartbeat quickens at the sound of his voice, reminding me he needs an answer and I'm not in here pondering this decision alone. "I'll think about it and let you know." I managed to blurt out. I grab my purse and jump out of the car, slamming the door behind me without giving him a chance to respond. My footsteps echo as I run to my front door, throwing it open and slamming it behind me. My heart still races as I hang up my bag and set my keys on the sofa table. I kick off my shoes and slow my breathing as I walk into the kitchen. I reach for the fridge handle and raid through the few items it holds, trying to think of what to make for dinner with the little ingredients I have. Fine, noodles and tomato juice it is, I decide, grabbing the juice bottle from the top shelf. I throw on a pot of water and start boiling the noodles. As I stir them, watching the tiny bubbles form, my mind drifts back to Dean's proposition. I battle with the pros and cons of his offer. He can't be serious. There's no possible way we can make something like this work. It's outrageous. But then again, it will get me out of this hellhole. Plus, Tyler won't have to leave his dad and live with his inattentive mother. I continue stirring the noodles and shake my head, laughing to myself at the thought of agreeing to something outrageous. You can't do something like this, no matter how desperate you are. What are you even thinking about it for? It's a no. You can't get wrapped up in something like this. It's not morally or ethically right, and you know it, I tell myself. Just as I'm almost convinced I will turn down Dean's offer, the power surges. All the lights shut off and my noodles stop boiling. Damn it. Not tonight. Is this a sign? I don't bother trying to find something else to eat. I walk to my bedroom and use my phone light to find my pajamas. I slip into bed, trying not to bawl, as I remember I can't brush my teeth or shower off this horrible day. My head hits the pillow, and the hardness of it doesn't help matters. The cheap, thin comforter I pull up to my chin makes me think of all the things in this apartment that aren't mine. They're things I had to settle for, to have something of my own, something to call mine. As I think of everything that doesn't belong here, including me, my mind wanders to the misfortunes of someone else's actions that got me here. If my ex hadn't taken everything from me, I wouldn't be here. This isn't my fault. I can't keep living like this, losing my power because I can't pay the bill, not being able to afford the bare minimum or even groceries. I have no choice. No matter how badly I don't want to, I have to accept Dean's offer. I can stay in what I am sure is his comfortable, nice house for a while, saving my money up to pay off my debts. There's no way I won't be in a better position by the time he no longer needs my help with Tyler, and that could make a world of difference for me in the big picture. The next morning, the sun shining through my threadbare curtains wakes me up. While the neighbors yell, softly muffled by the paper-thin walls between us, I am once again convinced of my dire need to get out of here. I stretch and walk into the kitchen to grab a cup of coffee, grunting when I remember there's no electricity. I head to the bathroom and grab my things so I can get ready at school. I grab my purse and my keys and head for the bus. I can't stop thinking about what I will say to Dean. I don't know how I'm supposed to act when my life slowly falls apart. How am I going to hide my desperation? Is he going to be excited or shocked at my agreement? Will I ever forgive myself for going through with this? I jump off when we reach the stop near the school. I race across the parking lot to get to the bathroom as quickly as possible to throw on some makeup before class starts. High school kids can be cruel, and I don't think I can handle any jokes about my appearance today. I throw open the doors and jog down the hall to the bathroom. To my excitement, there's not a single girl in here, and I immediately start throwing on my makeup. I brush my teeth and comb my hair, tossing it into a cute bun before heading back out the door. I have just resolved to call Dean when I get inside my classroom and suggest we meet after school to talk. To my surprise, when I round the corner to my room, Dean is standing at my door with a coffee in each hand. My thoughts run rapidly at the sight of his handsome face. Oh my God, he's here? Why is he here already? I could kiss him for bringing me coffee since I couldn't fix my usual morning cup. How'd he know? He's wearing the usual scowl on his face. I'm starting to think it's just his natural resting expression. As he turns toward me, I can't help but notice the look softens. Is that how he feels, seeing me? Or am I reading more into it than I should be? He's softening up because he wants me to make a decision in his favor, I remind myself. Little does he know I have no other choice. Remember, Maya? You don't want to seem desperate. Play hard to get. Make him work for it. I think, giving myself a pep talk. I'm unsure why my heart starts to race when I catch a whiff of his cologne as I reach to unlock my door.
Chapter 13, Dean. The anticipation of waiting for Maya's answer is killing me. I really need and want her to accept. She seems like such a great person. I'm still hopeful she will say yes to the arrangement. Today, as I get dressed, I pick out something to wear that is nicer than usual. I rarely wear a suit to work, but today I do. I look into the mirror and adjust my red tie. Not bad. On the way to school, Tyler gets annoyed with me because I make a coffee stop. I usually make this stop after I drop Tyler off, but today I want to get Maya a cup of coffee. Dad, do we have to stop? We're already late, Tyler sighs. I'll be in and out, no longer than 5 minutes. You can time me. I run into the coffee shop and get the coffee in less than 5 minutes. I jump back into the car. See, Tyler, I keep my word. This is going to be a good day. I can feel it. I drive as fast as I can to Tyler's school. He jumps out of the car without saying goodbye. Bye, Ty, I shout. Tyler doesn't even turn around to look at me. He just keeps his head down and heads inside the school. I park my car and look in the rearview mirror to make sure that my hair is neat and that my teeth don't have anything stuck to them. I pass my inspection and jump out of the car. It's early, so there are kids still milling around outside the school. I go through the wide front doors and head to Maya's classroom. The school hallway is painted a light sea green, and the floor is made up of worn black and white tile. I know for certain that if I had to see this color scheme every day, I'd be depressed. I wonder how Maya feels about it. Maya has been on my mind a lot. Her beautiful face and her dark eyes are burned into my memory. I can't help but daydream about being in her company. I reflect on this as I wait outside her locked classroom holding a coffee in each hand. Yes, I need a wife for this custody battle. But the fact that I might be able to convince Maya to do this with me makes what should be a pretty disconcerting problem sound a lot more appealing. She's nice, kind, warm-hearted, and fun to talk to. Having to live with a woman like her for a few months while everything gets settled by the judge doesn't exactly sound like torture. She appears just then, coming around the corner. Her eyes widen in surprise to see me, but she doesn't look upset. Good morning. I've brought you coffee. Maya leans past me to unlock the classroom door, then takes the coffee. Thank you, she says. Please come in and sit down. As I sit down in front of Maya's desk, I admire her outfit. She's wearing a navy blue suit with a skirt and a white, ruffly blouse. She looks professional and feminine at the same time. Maya sits down gracefully, tucking her skirt under her and crossing her legs at her ankles. I admire the gracefulness of the movements. I gave a lot of thought to your proposal. I'm happy to hear that, I answer. Maya takes a sip of her coffee. This is good coffee. Only good, these beans are handpicked by a monkey. Oh my goodness, a monkey? Maya laughs. Yes, he sits in the coffee fields with the rest of his family sorting through coffee beans. I see. Maya laughs and takes another sip of her coffee. Monkeys do the best job of sorting coffee beans because of their exceptional dexterity. I didn't know that. I might have to teach this in my classroom. Yes, this is a very important social topic. Social topic? Yes, I'm afraid to tell you that the monkeys are somewhat exploited. Oh my. Maybe we shouldn't be drinking this coffee. Please, drink up and don't feel guilty. I know for a fact that this coffee manufacturer is working hard to free the monkeys. 20% of each coffee goes towards the Monkeys' Freedom Fund. Maya breaks out laughing. You're terrible. Then she looks at me seriously. I'm in. At first, I don't understand the depth of what she is saying. Then she smiles at me, and it sinks in that everything is going to be all right. That's amazing! I want to go to her and kiss her. Where is this feeling coming from? I tell myself it's just gratitude and relief. I hope that I can help you the way you need help, Maya says. The school bell interrupts us then. She stands up. It's time for my day to start. I stand as well. As much as I want to discuss everything right this second and get it settled, I know it's not the time. I'll pick you up after school, I offer. We can grab dinner and go over the details. I would like that. Maya walks me to the door, and I leave her classroom. I see lucky kids pouring into her classroom. I wish that I was one of those students that are going to get to spend time with Maya. Instead, I walk in the opposite direction toward the front doors, feeling as if I could skip there. In my car, before even leaving the school parking lot, I call my lawyer. You're not going to believe this, Chuck, but I've got a wife. What? I'm engaged. What are you up to? There's this teacher at Tyler's school that has agreed to be married to me. Well, that's just in time. This is going to be really great for your case. I hope so. I really hope so. You're one crazy man, Dean. I can't believe you just went out and got a wife. You are something else. What can I say? I'm a chick magnet. Stop it! Chuck laughs at my joke. Call up Charlotte and let her know. Tell her that I have a fiancé that will be here for Tyler more than she ever could. Those are fighting words, Dean. I don't care. Poke the bear and let's see what happens. Dean, this is going to be a real tough fight. Just because you marry someone doesn't mean you'll be the perfect parent for Tyler. She still has a case to make, you know? What do you mean? Charlotte is a terrible mother. Dracula would make a better parent than she would. I hear Chuck laugh. Dracula, huh? Yes, she isn't even good enough to be a monster. When Tyler was born, she used to sleep through his cries, and she would never change his diaper. He had a diaper rash that started to bleed. It was that bad. Where were you during this? Somebody had to work. So you weren't around. What are you implying? Dean, the judge is going to take everything into consideration. I would be careful of the things you say and how confident you get. Anything can be twisted. I think about this for a moment. Chuck, Maya is incredible. When the judge meets her, there will be no doubt that we have the best home for Tyler. There are no truer words that have ever been said. I hang up, hoping that everything is going to be all right.
Chapter 14. Maya. The last bell rings, dismissing my students for the day. As I gather my things and head out of the classroom, I can't help thinking I'm glad I dressed up a bit today in my navy pencil skirt. Dean is picking me up to take me to dinner, where we'll discuss the details of our arranged marriage. I feel strangely nervous, yet excited, emotions I haven't experienced in a long time. After years with Braxton constantly putting me down, meeting a kind man like Dean makes me both hopeful and afraid this is too good to be true. When I exit the school, Dean is waiting beside his sleek blue car, looking sharp in his suit and tie. He opens the door for me, and I feel strangely giddy. It's been so long since a man has shown me such courtesy. As I get in, his blue eyes meet mine, and for a moment I'm nearly breathless. Dean's boyish grin makes it impossible not to smile back. "How was your day?" he asks. "Busy but good." My students were excited about their experiment results. How was yours? Can't complain. Meetings as usual, but closed a big account so the partners are happy. I tell him more about my students' projects as he pulls into traffic. The conversation flows easily between us, surprising me given the awkwardness of our situation. "I didn't realize teaching high school could be so interesting," Dean says. I laugh. Well, it certainly keeps me on my toes. There's never a dull moment. There are no uncomfortable silences. Dean listens intently and asks questions that show he's genuinely interested in my answers. His warmth and humor put me at ease, and I realize Dean is remarkably easy to talk to. I've never connected with someone so quickly, and it dawns this arrangement may not be quite the sacrifice I anticipated. Dean tells me he's picked his favorite Chinese restaurant for dinner. I hope you like orange chicken and lo mein. This place has the best. I laugh. That sounds perfect. When we arrive, he once again opens my door and helps me out of the car with a hand that lingers at my back just a second too long. Such a gentleman. I could easily get used to this. Walking into the restaurant together, I glance around nervously, afraid we'll run into someone I know. I know it's just a matter of time before we do. If we go ahead with Dean's plan like I've agreed, I'll have to get used to being seen with him. But tonight, the idea makes me feel uneasy. Dean gives my hand a reassuring squeeze. Don't worry. We'll get a private table. It's just you and me tonight. At that moment, I decide I don't care what anyone may think. For the first time in memory, I'm simply happy to be out with a man who makes me feel wanted again. The fact that I know exactly what he wants me for, a mother figure for his son, is almost reassuringly cut and dry. We're seated right away at a secluded table, and Dean orders a bottle of wine to share. Over orange chicken and lo mein, Dean pulls out a folder containing the marriage agreement his lawyer has drawn up for us to review. I tried to make the terms as fair as possible. Please let me know if there's anything you want to change, he offers warmly. I'm relieved to find I actually like the agreement and have little to argue over. However, there is one clause I'm hesitant on. To make this appear convincing, especially to Tyler, Dean proposes we share not just the house but a bedroom as well. My hesitation must show because Dean reassures me before I can even say a word in argument. It will only be sleeping in the same bed. Strictly G-rated and just for show when Tyler's around. I would never ask more or make you uncomfortable. His words put me at ease, and I nod. All right, if it's truly just for appearances. As I review the other details, I can't believe I'm actually considering this unusual proposition. But it has to be better than my nightmare apartment and crippling poverty, right? Dean reaches across the table, giving my hand a gentle squeeze. I know this isn't an ideal situation, Maya, but I appreciate you giving this a chance. It means the world to me and to Tyler. It turns out Dean and Tyler are hard to resist. Of course, the fact that I am in a rather dire straits helps convince me to play along. It currently seems like my only way out. There are worse things I could be doing to help myself, I think. It's really not that much of a hardship. Moving in with a man like Dean and a son I absolutely adore. Despite my predicament, I know there's something more than just pragmatics behind my agreement. I care about Tyler too, I admit. He's a special kid, and I want the best for him. Dean reaches for my hand again. You have no idea how much that means to hear you say that. I feel for Dean's plight, and I can see how hard he's trying now. Just the fact that he's willing to go this far to keep his family intact tells me almost instinctively that Dean deserves to keep the son he has spent all these years working so hard to raise. Perhaps together, we can provide the stable home and family Tyler deserves. Looking into Dean's eyes, I try to put that into words. For Tyler's sake, and mine as well, I think, I'm willing to help you with this. I'm going to give this a chance. Dean brings my hand to his lips, kissing it gently. You won't regret this, Maya. I promise. And seeing his tender smile, I start to believe it may be true. It all sounded so ridiculous when he first suggested it, but I am beginning to believe we can really make this work. How hard can it be living with such a pleasant man? One who is kind to me and appreciates my sacrifices. Women are often asked to give themselves up for much less recognition, but at least this man values what I am doing for him. As Dean pays the check and helps me from my seat again, I feel comfortable with the entire ploy for the first time. We may not have a marriage of love, but that's okay with me. I think I'm done with love anyway. It does not seem to lead to my best choices, as my ex is evidence of. I never thought that I'd be willing to consider another relationship, let alone something as serious as marriage. But it turns out that when it comes to a young kid like Tyler who needs my help, I'm willing to take that risk and make space in my heart again. Chapter 15. Maya. I walk Maya to my car after our dinner, excited she signed the contract with no arguments. It feels, however, like we have only solved the technical side of our arrangement. Now, we still need to figure out a course of action. I muse this over as I open her car door, and then mine. When we are both settled in the car, I turn to her. Impulsively, I invite her out for coffee and dessert. The coffee here isn't great. I always have a cup after dinner. Want to find somewhere else to get coffee and pie and talk over the details of you moving in? Maya smiles, her eyes lighting up in a way that makes my breath catch. That sounds perfect. We make a quick drive to a cozy coffee shop nearby, parking and walking in. I'm happy to see how much more relaxed Maya is. Even though it's only been a few hours, her behavior stands out as a shocking contrast to the way she acted when we first arrived at the Chinese restaurant. I'm relieved to think that she's settling around me, even if I can't blame her for her initial discomfort. We order coffee and pie, then sit down at a little table. Sipping our drinks, I begin laying out my thoughts, immediately offering that I will help her pack. But when I start mentioning ways to make the process easier, like assuring her that I can pay for movers if needed, it almost looks as though she winces. My first thought is that she's nervous about letting me spend money on her like that, and I try to quickly assure her that it's fine. She's doing me a favor I can't possibly put a price on after all. She recovers quickly, the distressed look on her face slipping away. Maya replies with a joke that she won't need a moving van for her things. She gestures at her small purse, as if to imply she could move everything with that. I laugh at her strange sense of humor, thinking she's exaggerating. As we eat, I continue plowing ahead with my plans. We'll swing by your place tonight to grab essentials. Then we can head to my house. For tonight, we'll just get the basics, the things you can't live without for a day or two. Tomorrow, Tyler can help us with the rest. Maya falters again, her smile fading. Momentarily, it occurs to me that maybe I am being a bit bossy. It is a character flaw of mine, I know. I am a leader by nature, but not everyone always wants to be led. I think it's better if we start right away, Maya. I tried to soften my voice a bit, taking the edge of what probably sounded like a long list of orders to make it sound more like a conversation between two people. You're going to scare her off if you act like you own her, Dean, I remind myself. She shakes her head. No, it's not that. I'm okay with moving in like we agreed, but I meant what I said. I don't have many things to move. I chuckle a little. Well, that'll make everything go that much faster, I reassure her. Don't worry about it. Whatever you have, or don't have, I will make sure it gets taken care of. We'll start with the basics tonight. In my mind, I'm still convinced this has something to do with her not wanting to accept my help. Of course, she has things. Everyone has things. Surely her place has all the normal junk accumulated, even if it's not necessarily particularly valuable to her. Clothes, books, the lifetime collection of various tchotchkes and yearbooks, even that miscellaneous box full of old electronics cords and chargers every house seems to have. I'm not sure exactly why she's being standoffish about it, however. Maybe she doesn't like the idea of me having to help her pack. Maybe she's embarrassed for me to see what she can afford on a teacher's salary, but God knows she has nothing to worry about there. I may have a healthy paycheck, but I certainly don't judge those who do not enjoy the same circumstances, especially a high school teacher, which, if you ask me, is one of the most undervalued, underpaid, and yet noblest professions. She sighs. Okay, she agrees uneasily. We'll start tonight. But the apartment came furnished, so we don't have any big furniture or anything to worry about. When I moved in, I just grabbed a few things to bring with me. I nod. even though I don't really understand what she means. I'm okay with not having to move furniture, I tease, trying to lighten the mood. It manages to elicit a nervous giggle from her, which is better than nothing, I figure. We finish our dessert and coffee and leave. Her mood seems to improve as we head in the direction of her apartment, but she starts to squirm again when it is nearly in view. I pat her arm in a friendly gesture, trying to reassure her that everything is okay. I grab a few plastic boxes out of the trunk of my car, which I had brought for this very purpose. I follow behind her as she unlocks the front door, and we step inside. I gaze around, registering in a bit of shock that the place really is rather sparsely decorated. Despite the fact that she said as much several times, it's emptier than I expected. I'm careful not to show it, however, keeping my face blank. What would you like me to do? I ask. Maybe I could start putting things in the kitchen and living room into boxes while you handle your personal things in the bedroom and get what you need for tonight, I suggest. She nods. Okay, that sounds fine. She moves in the direction of the bedroom, and for a moment, it almost feels like she can't get away from me fast enough. I ignore it, settling into my task. My surprise only grows, however, as each new cabinet, closet, or drawer I open reveals a nearly empty space. Her silverware drawer has 4 each of knives, forks, and spoons. Her closet has 1 coat. On and on it goes, and it really hits me that she wasn't exaggerating or downplaying before. How can she have so little? I wonder curiously. I can't quite wrap my head around the mystery of where all her things could be. Even the most careful minimalist, I think, would have accumulated more than this by her age. There are some things I understand, of course. I get why someone living on a budget maybe can't afford an air fryer or a Roomba. I might be well off, but I'm not out of touch. It's more the less tangible knickknacks and miscellaneous things most people have too much of that surprise me. Every house, at some point, finds themselves with a big jar of rubber bands because they bought a bag once 6 years ago and rarely use them, or a drawer of bread ties, or a collection of half-burned candles. I try not to think too much about it and just keep working. It doesn't take me long, however. I've packed the entire living room and kitchen in 2 of our 3 boxes in about half an hour. Deciding to check on Maya in the bedroom, I head down the hallway to find her. Luckily, there's only 2 doors to decide between. I assume one is the bathroom and one is her bedroom. As I stare at them both, trying to guess which is which, a sudden stifled sob gives it away. Chapter 16. Maya. It's hard to pack up my apartment with Dean here. I am ashamed of the things he has to see. This isn't me, or is it? It's my fault that things turned out this way. I feel tears of humiliation burning my eyes. Dean knocks, pushing open the bedroom door. What's wrong? I ignore Dean and keep putting my few possessions into a box. I never really unpacked, so this is an easy task. Tears are falling down my cheeks without my approval. I wipe them dry and hope that Dean did not notice. I can tell this isn't where you'd choose to live. I can tell these 3 boxes weren't always your only belongings. What happened to you, Maya? I thought I could keep it together, but when I hear Dean's words, I can't hold back anymore. I put my head in my hands and just sob. Then I feel something wonderful and realize that Dean has put his arms around me. He cradles me. I let him for a few minutes. Then I break away to go sit on the edge of the bed to dry my tears. It's all right, Maya. I sniffle a little bit and try to calm myself down. All of the bad things are behind me. There is no reason to cry. But I do owe Dean an explanation for why I broke down sobbing. Dean, you're right. I had a lot more things than this. I used to live in a much better apartment, and I had a lot of nice things. But that was before I met Braxton Jenkins. Was this man your husband? No, I was just in a terrible long-term relationship with Braxton. I'm sorry to hear this. Thank you. It was the worst time of my life. Braxton was so charming and sweet when I met him. I don't even know how it happened, really. How what happened? He asks softly. I sigh. I hate talking about this because it makes me feel like an idiot. I don't know how I didn't see it coming. It was all just so slow, and then it snowballed, you know? One day we were moving in together, and that first month he needed me to cover more of the rent. The rent was more than I really could afford on my salary, but when we got the place, he swore he could afford it. On and on it went like that, I admit. He convinced me to get joint credit cards, swearing he'd pay them off, but he wanted me to have them in case I needed something and he wasn't around. Always he talked about how much money he had, but in reality, he was just a deadbeat. By the time I realized he was leaving bills unpaid and my credit was shot, the damage was done. He winces, but the look on his face isn't judgmental as much as concerned and sympathetic. I have to look away, uncomfortable with the idea of this rich white guy pitying me. The worst thing was that I was saddled with all that debt. I still have the balances on my cards and loans he talked me into taking out. How much debt are you in? Not as much now, I admit. I tapped into my savings to pay down a chunk of it, but paying my monthly bills so that I can be done and debt-free taps all my extra money. That isn't much to start on a teacher's salary. That's why I have this crappy place. It's the only thing in my current budget considering. What happened to your things? I sold some of them, I admit. Most of them I just left. I needed to get away from him and start over, so I grabbed what I could carry and got out of there. Did you sell your car? I think of my little sports car and feel my eyes burning with tears again. I had a decent car. I couldn't afford the repairs. It's still sitting at the garage right now because I can't drive it unless I fix it. I can't fix it without money. Besides, I'm better off not having the insurance payments, I admit. He sighs, rubbing the bridge of his nose. This guy sounds like a real piece of work. He grumbles. I'm sorry he did that to you. A tear escapes from my eyes. It's all right. At least I enjoyed it while I had it. So that's why you take the bus everywhere. Dean takes my hand, squeezing it supportively. We will get you out of this mess he caused. How any man can leave a woman who trusts him in a pile of trash like this is beyond me. You didn't deserve this. He took advantage of your big heart and loving nature. But it's lucky for me you have both these qualities, and I'll make damn sure you get back on your feet. But how, Dean? It's a lot of money to pay. Dean lets go of my hand, but he gives me a warm smile. Let's finish packing your apartment and talk more. I am confident that I can offer you something for all the time you're going to be spending as my wife. It's a huge favor that deserves compensation, after all. This guy is amazing. I am beginning to feel that he can help me. If nothing else, simply saving on rent every month is going to give me a lot of breathing room. Thank you, Dean, for listening and offering me hope, I say sincerely. We return to packing, putting my bedding and the contents of my dresser into bags. There isn't much. My bedding is an antique quilt that my mother gave me. It is one that my great-grandmother had made. I am too proud of it to not take it with me everywhere. And now it is one of my few prized possessions I have left. Please be careful with this quilt. I really shouldn't be using it on my bed. I had it hanging on the wall, but then it got so cold the other night, I couldn't help but use it. Why don't I get it cleaned and preserved for you? Then after that, I know the perfect place to hang it. Thank you. I would appreciate that. Dean works quietly but efficiently. I work right beside him. I am happy that I am moving out of this dump. It's been really scary. I'm not going to miss the mice. I'm not Cinderella. I couldn't sing happy songs and dance around with them. Not Cinderella, huh? Dean chuckles. Nope. Actually, I do feel like Cinderella is being rescued by her prince. Dean is an attractive guy, and I can't help but notice. I love the combination of blue eyes and dark hair, and when he smiles, I feel my world come alive. But this is an arrangement and nothing else. I will have to keep reminding myself of that every day. I can't afford to fall in love with this man, but I am going to enjoy every minute of being with him. Chapter 17. Maya. Way to go, Maya, I think to myself in the passenger seat of Dean's car. I can't believe I just spilled my guts to a man I barely know. In fact, I can't believe I'm about to move in with a man I barely know. I couldn't even tell the whole story to family or friends, but with Dean, I'm somehow able to completely let my guard down and trauma dump on him. What happened to having a little bit of mystery? Who is this guy? And why is talking to him so easy? Dean turns on his radio, and a song I don't recognize plays softly for the rest of the ride. It's super 80s, full of pulsing drums, synth, and saxophone solos. I close my eyes and can't help smiling. I know this arrangement is only temporary and just for appearances, but I feel free. I'm out of that apartment. I'm riding in a car instead of that overcrowded bus. No sticky seats, no chewing gum, no weird smells or weird people. And Dean genuinely seems to be a caring man. Who else would go through this much to keep his son? Braxton really did a number on me, and now out of nowhere, a low-cost opportunity just falls into my lap when I'm at my lowest. It feels completely unreal. It's like catching a falling star. Here we are, Dean says, putting the car in park. Hey, did the music put you to sleep? I know it's a little old, but come on. He chuckles, and I can feel his cool breath touch the side of my neck. I open my eyes and take in the house's exterior. It is, brick for brick, shingle for shingle. The house that I could only ever daydream about, or save to my vision board on Pinterest. I gave up on the idea of owning my own home after everything that happened, even a house like this. It might be simple, but life lately has left me romanticizing the most mundane things, like not overdrawing my account or getting a discount on toiletries. I almost start crying again, but quickly get myself together before Dean can spot the tears welling up. I feel like I'm being dramatic, but when you hit rock bottom, the only way you can go is up. I could, absolutely, get used to this. We grab the 3 boxes that contain my life and head inside. The first thing I notice is how glaringly obvious it is that no women live here. There are little piles of junk everywhere. Dirty shoes by the door, no real decor. I barely avoid tripping over a toy football, trying to find a place to sit my box down. There's also a faint smell of garbage, overdue to be taken out. It could be worse. Dean and his son could be living in a bachelor's first home, complete with a dirty futon, and one of those folding tray tables to eat all their meals on. Thankfully, they have a real couch and a real coffee table. Plus, it's still better than my piece of trash apartment. It just needs a little more personality. I briefly wonder if Dean will let me make the place look a little homier. Tyler's making a massive sandwich in the kitchen. It's got all the works: turkey, lettuce, cheese, mayo, mustard, and crispy slices of bacon. I guess the stereotype about men and their sandwiches is true. He even cuts it diagonally and adds a pickle spear on the side like he works at Jimmy John's or something. Not bad for a 9th grader. I'm so absorbed in the construction of his sandwich that I almost miss the look on his face. It's a look that screams out, "What the hell is my science teacher doing in our house?" He turns his attention back to Dean, cutting his eyes at him. Oh boy. Dad? His eyes keep going back and forth between Dean and I. Are you going to explain to me what's going on? I plaster a smile on my face that doesn't reach my eyes and slide closer to Dean. This is completely outside of my jurisdiction. You didn't tell him? I hiss at him around my forced smile that's starting to hurt. This man has to know how temperamental a teenage boy could be. What is he thinking? He can't just bring a woman home after years of being single without some kind of debrief, especially if that woman is his science teacher. Dean puts his arm around me and my heart begins to pound for reasons I can't put into words. I guess it has been a while since I've been touched. I thought we could make the announcement together. He smiles as he pulls me closer. It feels like there's a full-blown butterfly exhibit in my stomach. That smile just does something to me. I can't help but soften up when I see that dimple. It's truly adorable, and I can't be mad at it. Dad, seriously, what is going on right now? Tyler's face goes from looking angry to downright confused. Tyler, don't freak out. Nothing bad is happening. Dean telling Tyler not to freak out does nothing to cut the tension in the room. We try to step toward him, but for every step we take forward, Tyler takes a small step back like we're a rabid raccoon about to pounce or a skunk with its tail up. Tyler, Maya, Miss Bowler is gonna be moving in with us? I wish I could see my face. Am I still smiling? Are my eyes pleading for some miracle resolution? Am I sweating? I've never felt more uncomfortable in my life. The effects of this arrangement are really starting to set in. A hormonal teenage boy who hasn't seen his dad with anyone but his mom isn't going to take something like this lying down. Then I remember that I'll have to continue to teach this teenage boy, knowing full well that this will change our dynamic in the classroom, whether I like it or not. What if Tyler tells his friends? Teenagers are nosy enough. Not to mention I'm not the best at acting. I'll have to really play into this romance if I want to throw him off the scent. Tyler doesn't even respond. He just keeps staring at us, looking confused. I want to say something. I want to let him know that I'm not here to be his new mom, if that's what he's worried about. I wanted to tell him about the arrangement. He may be young, but he's got no problem grasping concepts, regardless of what his grades reflect. Before I can even open my mouth, Tyler grabs the sliced turkey and condiments, shoves them back into a relatively empty fridge, grabs his massive sandwich, and storms off, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I drop my jaw-shattering smile and let out a big sigh in time with Dean. He looks down at me and gives me a half smile, as if to say that it could have been worse. He opens the fridge and grabs 2 bottles of Gatorade. You want one? He holds the bottle out to me. I shake my head and smile. I know he's being genuine, but I can't get over the fact that this man, at his big age, just offered me a Gatorade. And it's the red flavor, the most disgusting flavor. This is going to be harder than I thought.
Chapter 18. Dean, I kick myself internally for not giving Tyler some kind of heads up about Maya. I knew this would be a big deal for him. He's not used to me dating, much less someone he has a relationship of his own with. It's always just been the 2 of us. I really didn't think Maya would agree to the arrangement so quickly. I didn't really have time to run it by him, and there's no time for a big, elaborate dating scheme to ease him into it. Honestly, his reaction to all this feels relatively mild. Hey, I'm sorry about Tyler. I should have said something. I head back to the door to pick up her boxes so I can bring them upstairs. It might take him some time to adjust, but he'll definitely warm up. And if he doesn't, all of this is going to fail. I try to get the thought out of my head even though you can't unthink a thought. I'm not going to lose my son. Not after everything we've been through. Besides, he likes Maya, so I think I have a better chance of getting him to come around than I might with a stranger. Please don't worry about it. I teach at the high school level. I've got pretty tough skin. She shrugs and grabs one of the boxes from me. I know it feels like we're rushing things, but I don't think we can tell Tyler the truth. I don't want him caught in the middle having to lie during a custody hearing, you know? As far as he knows, we're just madly in love. That's why I said we had to share the bedroom like a couple would too. Close quarters it is. We walk side by side up the stairs into my bedroom. Our bedroom. I wish I had more time to clean, but at least it isn't a complete wreck. I discreetly sniff to see if there are any lingering odors. I try to read her facial expressions and body language as she takes in the room. I want to make this experience as comfortable for her as I can. I know this isn't exactly the warm welcome you had in mind, but I just want to let you know that I'm really happy you're here. I want you to feel at home. I flash her a smile, and she immediately smiles back at me. I haven't smiled this much in a long time, and it feels amazing. I take her boxes to the closet to make room for her stuff. It's not much of a stretch since she doesn't have a lot to begin with. I know I barely know her, but I want to change that. Maya grabs some clothes and heads to the bathroom to change. I hop into bed and turn on the TV to try to find something on Netflix for us to watch. Tyler would probably tell me that this counts as a Netflix and chill. Before I can even think about the connotations, Maya comes out of the bathroom wearing a very worn Wu-Tang Clan tee, oversized sweatpants, and a wrap around her head. I try not to stare, but she somehow manages to look cute in anything she wears. She has her hands clasped behind her back and her eyes on the floor. Of course, she's nervous. I clear my throat and get out of my head. "Do you want to pick a movie?" I offer. I slide over and pat her side of the bed. I know this gesture isn't enough for her to completely relax around me, but it's a start. She pulls back the covers and settles in, and I hand her the remote. She immediately searches for The Incredible Jessica James and hits play. It must be one of her favorites. She hands me back the remote, and we sit in silence for a few minutes while the first act starts. I start to wonder if she picked this movie on purpose because it's about a black woman with white guy as the love interest. I try not to read too much into it. Less than 15 minutes into the movie, she turns to me and asks who my favorite musician is. I sit up partially and rest my head in the palm of my hand while I think about her question. I don't listen to music as much as I used to, and it takes me a minute to really form my answer. "That's a tough one right out of the gate," I laugh. "I guess I'd say Phil Collins." I smile and study her face to see if she's secretly judging me. "He does have a pretty impressive track record. Tarzan is my favorite Disney movie based on the soundtrack alone." She giggles. "All right, who's your favorite musician?" As I ask the question, I can see her eyes light up. "I'm gonna go with Fiona Apple." She smiles and looks away like she's embarrassed. "Wow, yeah, Fiona is an amazing songwriter. I love her cover of Across the Universe." "Oh God, not the Beatles!" She makes a mock, disgusted face. "What, you don't like the Beatles?" I can't believe what I'm hearing. I'm not saying they don't have good songs, but you have to admit they're overrated. Also, they copied a lot from prominent black artists. Did they? I'm genuinely surprised. I don't want to look like one of those ignorant white guys, but I'd never heard anything about this. "Oh yeah, the most obvious example is probably their song Come Together, which borrowed heavily from Chuck Berry's You Can't Catch Me. He took John Lennon to court over it." Wow, that's pretty wild, but honestly, now that I'm really thinking about it, that makes a lot of sense. "Enough of all that," she says, waving her hand between us like she's fanning away smoke. She purses her lips. "I want to know what food you will not eat ever again. I mean, under any circumstances. Gun to your head. Go." "Oh, I don't know." It's hard not to laugh because she's holding her fingers to my head like a gun. "I guess okra." "You pass. I don't understand how anyone could consume that much slime while eating." "Yeah, I only had it once when I was like 7. It made me throw up." I cock my finger gun and touch it to her temple. "Your turn." "That's easy, Lemons." She gives me a smug grin as I put my fingers down. "So, you don't drink lemonade?" I'm definitely judging her at this point, but I also can't deny that she's fascinating. I love learning random things about her. "That's a different story. Please, share. I'm all ears, Miss Bowler." The movie is all but forgotten background noise at this point. Maybe we could watch it again in earnest one day. You know how there are foods you can't eat on their own, but you can eat them when they're combined with other things and vice versa? "I think I do," I say as I stare into her deep brown eyes. "But could you elaborate? I really just want to hear her talk." "Well, my dad, for example. He absolutely hates blueberries, but put them in a muffin or in a smoothie, and he's obsessed. It's the same with me and lemons. They're absolutely terrible on their own, but lemonade or even a lemon loaf, absolute heaven. I watch as she stretches and stifles a yawn, which ends up making me yawn too. I look up to see that the movie has ended, and the Netflix screensaver is on. We talked through an entire movie. All I want to do is stay up and keep talking, but I know we both have to get up early in the morning. We will have plenty of nights like this, until the custody battle is over. Then what? We spend all this time together just to go our separate ways. Maybe we could still be friends after all of this. Friends share beds sometimes, right? I turn over to turn off the TV. When I turn back, Maya is already drifting off. She looks so peaceful with her mouth slightly parted. Good night, I whisper, and turn out the light.
Chapter 19. Maya. I don't know if it's because I'm not used to this bed, or if it's just been a while since I had to share one with another person, but I wake up before the sun rises. Talking last night with Dean was wonderful. I purposely kept things light after that embarrassing trauma vomit I saddled him with when we were packing up my apartment. We just talked about music and food, but it was the nicest conversation I've had in a long time. I silently turn over and see Dean still sleeping, lightly snoring with his arms behind his head. There's something adorably childlike about it. Part of me wants to just lay here for a few more minutes to watch, but I have work to do. I do my best to slip out of the bed without making any noise or shifting the bed. I take my head wrap off, try to shake some body into my curls, and head down to the kitchen for phase 1 of what I'm calling Operation. Get on Tyler's good side. I can't stop thinking about Tyler's reaction to everything that happened last night. Me showing up here is a giant shakeup in his everyday life, and to make matters worse, Dean didn't tell him anything until I was already in the door with my boxes. Of course he was pissed off. If there's anything I know about teenage boys, it's that they hate change. I can't make him see me as his new mom, but I can appeal to him in a simpler way, with food. I head into the kitchen to see what I'm working with. The fridge is barely stocked, but I do spy eggs and bacon, and there is a full loaf of bread on the counter. Perfect for a simple yet effective French toast breakfast. I'm flipping French toast and watching the sun come up, and it feels like a dream. My apartment was in an even worse location. I've never been able to take advantage of natural sunlight. In fact, I've never seen a house with this many windows. I can't believe this is my life right now. What did I do to deserve all of this? I hear footsteps coming down the stairs as I'm finishing up with the bacon. It's perfectly crispy if I do say so myself, and I can't wait for them to taste it. The looks on both of their faces are very promising, but the way that Tyler's eyes light up warms my heart. I wonder how long it's been since he's had someone cook like this for him. Wow, Maya, Dean breathes, wide-eyed. I can't believe you did all of this. It looks amazing. Thanks, Ms. Bowler, Tyler mumbles. I smile despite myself and unconsciously bring a hand to my mouth to cover it. I don't even cook breakfast for myself. In all honesty, I haven't done something like this since I was with Braxton. And he didn't even thank me. This is a pleasant change. I hope you guys like scrambled eggs. I start opening random cabinets trying to find some plates. Dean reaches over my head to grab the plates from a shelf I can't reach. I'm not short by any means at 5 feet 7 inches, but I still feel like Dean towers over me. Braxton was barely 5'10", so it's nice to feel petite by comparison. Go ahead and have a seat, Maya. The least I can do is fix your plate. You've done so much already. He pulls a chair out for me at the table and sets to work, giving Tyler and I a big helping of scrambled eggs, bacon, and French toast. Tyler jumps up to get the syrup and douses everything on his plate with it when Dean sets it down in front of him. And for the lady. He sets my plate down and smiles before going to make his own. You guys want some OJ? Sounds good, I say. Tyler gives a non-committal grunt. I start cutting into my French toast and say a silent thank you to the powers that be. I'm sitting at a kitchen table, having breakfast with an incredible man and his son. This exact moment is something I've been dying to simulate for what feels like forever. A happy family. I never got to do this with Braxton. I had so many hopes and dreams. I saw us getting married and maybe having a kid or two. I know that no family is perfect, but I was so willing to give it a try with him. All I ever wanted was to make a home for us that was full of love. Right now, I feel like I'm on my way. Damn Braxton. He missed out on all the love I had to give. Snap out of it. So, I clear my throat, realizing that my voice has gone up an octave. I know that last night was a little awkward, but I just wanted to clear the air. I figured we could spend today getting to know each other. I search Tyler's face for any kind of reaction. He continues to shovel forkfuls of eggs into his mouth. Maybe I was wrong to bring it up. I look at Dean for some kind of reassurance, and he gives me a soft, apologetic smile. Come on, bud. Where are your manners? Dean asks. Tyler looks up for a split second, but quickly lowers his eyes as if he's been brutally chastised. Sorry, he mumbles, stabbing into his eggs. I know you play football. Maybe we can start there. I try to start out with a topic I know will get his attention. You gotta go for the conversation jugular. He looks up from his plate again and actually makes eye contact. Score. Who's your favorite team? I know it's a little basic, but slow and steady wins the race, right? He picks up a piece of bacon and taps it on his plate while he thinks of an answer. Dean lightly elbows me to boost my morale. I guess the Ravens? You guess the Ravens? Dean laughs and pulls out his phone. Like we didn't have a Ravens-themed birthday party for you just last year. He shows me picture after picture of Tyler in a Ravens jersey holding up presents, blowing out a birthday candle and eating pizza. He looks so happy. Okay, Dad, you got me. He rolls his eyes playfully. Hey, Miss Bowler? It's happening. It's happening. Yes? I ready myself for the reciprocation. Maybe this won't be so hard. Can I get a couple more pieces of French toast? I try not to show the disappointment in my face. Of course you can. Have as much as you want. People told me to watch out for that teenage boy appetite, but I gotta tell you that boy can put away some food. Dean laughs and pats his own stomach. Seriously, I've seen him single-handedly eat an entire large pizza, a double cheeseburger with fries, and a whole bucket of chicken wings in one sitting. It's insane. Dean shakes his head in amazement. I don't even remember eating that much when I was his age. He pushes his chair back and goes to put his plate in the sink. Thank you so much for breakfast, Maya. Everything was delicious, Dean says, after downing his orange juice in less than 3 swallows. It's no problem at all. I'm so glad you liked it. I loved it. It takes Tyler clearing his throat for us to realize that we've just been staring into each other's eyes. I break eye contact and pretend to concentrate on my food. What in the world has gotten into me?
Chapter 20. Dean, teenagers are fickle. It is something that I have come to realize. Having a teenage son is not so much a challenge as it is an adventure. Not that Tyler is an exceptionally difficult boy. He pushes a piece of bacon across his plate, dipping the crisply cooked meat in the broken yolk of his egg. Maya really went all out with breakfast this morning. Tyler? She asks, and it would not be fair to make her repeat herself. The rest of the morning had been going so smoothly. The excitement on Tyler's face when he saw the plates of food tells me I will have to put more of an effort into getting up earlier. Cereal is fine, but why not spice things up every now and then? Tyler, Maya asked you a question, buddy. I keep my voice gentle. He's not in trouble. It was not even that deep of a question. But I know under his too-cool-for-school exterior, Tyler is a shy and kind boy. What's your favorite video game? She switches gears, going for general interest. Tyler hesitates. He takes another bite of his breakfast and looks over at me, almost like he is asking for permission to answer her questions. Swallowing a mouthful of coffee, I set my cup down with a soft sigh. "She's staying, bud, so please be nice," I say, watching for his reaction. So far, he just keeps staring at me, lips pulled into a thin line. "She made you this huge, nice breakfast." Tyler sighs. "Dad. Plus," I continue, "I have work to do today, and Maya will be staying with you. You might as well make it pleasant. I always worry about him being by himself all the time. Not that he is not old enough to take care of himself, but anything could happen. Over the next few days, she'll be helping you study and get caught up too. I'm not sure how he'll take this announcement. He knows he needs to get his grades up so he can continue to play football, so hopefully he doesn't argue too much." Tyler sighs. "I like RPGs. Games that I don't have to play with other people but can if I want to." "Those are my favorite too." Maya smiles brightly. "Maybe we can play later. Maybe..." Tyler shifts in his seat. Breakfast is finished in mostly silence. I've already finished my meal and I'm just sipping my coffee. Tyler, however, could spend half the morning at the table. He's like a bottomless pit, I swear. "Thank you, Maya. It was really good," Tyler says. He stands up and carries his dishes over to the sink. He rinses them off before leaving them there to head back upstairs. "He's right, you know." I lean back in my seat, not yet ready to get up. I hold my mug in both hands, legs stretched out under the table. Maya smiles. "You're both very welcome." We sit and stare at one another for a moment. She exhales nervously and turns her head away first. I grin. "Here, let me get this," I tell her as she reaches for the empty plates. "I got it." She heads over to the sink with the small pile. "No, really, Maya." I gently nudge her out of the way with my hip. Rolling up my sleeves as I pick up the sponge, I insist. "You cooked. I'll clean. Besides, most of them go in the dishwasher. Let me just load that quick, and then I can wash the few big pieces." "Be still my beating heart." Maya laughs, grabbing a clean dish towel from the drawer. "You wash. I'll dry." I do not argue with her further. We both fall into a peaceful silence, working together to clean up after the wonderful meal she made for us. It is so easy to think about how perfect this is. It's nice to have someone care for us. It has just been Tyler and I for so long. Even before the divorce, I felt like a single parent trying to make everything work. Charlotte checked out long before she ever left. I'm not sure I ever really knew what it felt like to have help in that sense. I don't even think that Maya realizes how much the simple action means to me. Or maybe she does, and that was why she did it. Nothing more than an extension of her kind and caring heart. With the last of the dishes cleaned and put away, I wipe down the counter and stove. Maya leans against the counter and drinks her coffee. "Now you get to relax," I tell her, hanging the cloth over the faucet. "I get to try," she agrees, taking her coffee and following me into the living room. Faintly, I can hear the sounds of Tyler's game coming from upstairs. Here I thought he might have gone back to bed. "Don't worry, I'll try to talk to him a little more." She tries to sound reassuring, but it is nothing that I am worried about. I know that she will get Tyler to come around to her. It might take a little while, but there was progress made over breakfast, even if neither one of them can tell at the moment. "I have full confidence that you two will be thick as thieves when I come back from work," I tell her, slipping my feet into my shoes. Maya sets her mug on the coffee table and folds her arms over her chest. "Will you be gone long?" It is a reasonable question, being the weekend and all. I shake my head, grabbing my keys off the hook by the door. "No," I tell her, walking the short distance between us. "I only have a few things to take care of. If they weren't a priority, I would leave them for Monday. With all of the custody commotion, I've gotten a bit behind." She smiles softly, lifting her hands to fix my tie. Maybe I had left it a little crooked on purpose just to see if she would. "I shouldn't keep you too much longer then. Traffic will still be bad. Yeah. I let out a soft breath. I place my thumb under her chin and tilt her head up. Our eyes lock for a moment. My gaze drops to her lips, and I watch as she licks them. From there, it is hard to tell who moves first. The distance closes between us. Our lips meet in a gentle brush at first. Her hand closes around my tie and pulls me closer. I move my hands to cup her face, holding it gently as the kiss deepens. There is no denying the spark, the electric shock that shoots down my spine and makes my stomach twist. Her lips are soft. They part, and I slide my tongue in her mouth. She lets out the sweetest noise. Breakfast lingers, the taste of buttermilk syrup and coffee heightening the sensation. It is almost hard to believe that this is our first kiss. It happens so naturally, like Maya has been kissing me every morning. Maya pulls back first. She clears her throat and smooths the wrinkles in my shirt, readjusting my tie once more. You're going to be late. I don't mind. I smile, leaning in to brush my lips against hers once more. This time I keep the kiss soft and chaste. Dean, she giggles, pushing at my shoulders. Go! I'll see you at dinner, I say, picking up my briefcase. With one final kiss, I leave and head for the office.
Chapter 21. Maya. I close the door behind Dean. My fingers press gently to my lips as I watch him pull out of the driveway, a smile on my face. I turn around at the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Tyler is standing in the middle of the staircase, hand on the railing. He watches me with a raised eyebrow, his head tilted to the side. I'm suddenly embarrassed, like he knows what just transpired. Do you need the bathroom? He asks. I'm going to take a shower. I shake my head. No, I'm good. Thank you for asking. He nods and turns to head back up the stairs. We could both use a little more time to wake up. I chuckle. Before we hit the books. Tyler makes a teenage noise. I cannot tell if it's mock pain or agreement. Right, he says, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I sigh and head back to our bedroom. Our bedroom. That has a nice ring to it. At the same time, it is such a strange thought. I have not shared a space with another person since Braxton. It makes my stomach clench and my palms sweat. Carefully, I make the bed, taking my time. There is no rush this morning, and it gives me time to think about how different Braxton and Dean are. Being around someone who seems to care about my well-being is new. It is refreshing in a way that is also nerve-wracking. My ex always made me feel uncomfortable, like I had an obligation to him as his girlfriend, things I had to do that I felt like I had no choice but to comply with. I felt unloved and unappreciated. Dean is about as much the opposite as he can be. I sit on the edge of the bed and look around the room, our room. Most of it is still Dean's belongings, but there are signs of me as well. My head wrap on the dresser, a space in the closet, makeup on the dresser. He is a little intimidating. Last night I felt a little shy around him. I am still not completely sure how to be around him. Dean is still unfamiliar, even though every time we talk it feels natural and easy. I am sure that the awkward spots between us will dissipate the more we get to know one another. After Braxton, I did not think that I would be so at ease in a man's bed. A man who makes me feel welcomed in his home. Our home. Dean even let me pick our show last night. And the kiss. I fall back on the bed and smile up at the ceiling. While it was unexpected, it was perfect. It did not feel forced or gross. Dean's lips were soft, reassuring, unassuming. It didn't leave me wanting to take a shower and brush his taste out of my mouth. I want more. That is the most nerve-wracking part about it. Standing, I move over to the closet. Our clothing hangs together. If I close my eyes, I can pretend that it has always been like that. I need to keep repeating it over in my head. This is natural. This is our room, our bed, our home. It needs to be believable, no matter how fleeting it may end up being. I get dressed. I have wasted enough time in the day already. I've already told Tyler we will start in a few hours, but if I keep dawdling, I still won't be ready. Hairbrushed, I go back downstairs. I can use another coffee in my morning. "Hey, slowpoke," Tyler says from his spot at the kitchen table. "Hey, Sonic," I tease back. Is that a smile on his face? I will count that as a win. He has his books spread out in front of him. Textbooks are stacked neatly on top of each other. Math, science, global history. Oh boy. I knew that he needed help with more than one topic when I offered to tutor him, but I did not realize it was all of them. "Where do you want to start?" I ask, pressing the button on the Keurig. I turn to face him as the machine works its magic in my mug. "With English?" He sounds unsure, pulling the green binder closer to himself and flipping it open. "What are you doing in English?" I add sugar and stir as I walk over to sit next to him. "Poetry?" Tyler wrinkles his nose, turning the pages until he hits the worksheet the teacher had given him. "My favorite," I draw sarcastically. It pulls a laugh from the teenager, dimples forming on his cheeks. He looks so much like his dad. "You inspire so much confidence." Tyler grins. We both laugh over Shakespeare's 18th sonnet. "Lunch?" I ask, leaning back in the chair and stretching. These chairs were not meant to be sat in for long periods of time. I could eat. Tyler nods, yawning. We made pretty good time. English did not take as long as I thought it would. We started on his math homework and then paused it when he remembered that he had a history test coming up soon. 2 chicken salad sandwiches coming up, I say, getting up. I need to move around. He is a smart kid. It is not that he does not understand the material. He just does not have the time to sit and digest it all. He takes a little more time to fully comprehend what a question means before answering. I think his spot on the football team is safe. "So, you play video games?" he asks. "Sure do," I answer. Setting a sandwich in front of him, I sit back down with my own. I like to play farming sim games. They're relaxing. Like Cross the Animals and Moon Harvest. I cannot tell if he is swayed by how awesome I am or annoyed by how dorky. Tyler chuckles. They're okay. Typical teenage answer. It does not matter what game I told him I played. It could have been the newest best-selling game on the market. He would still have told me it was just okay. At least it feels like I am making progress with him. We have laughed a lot today, between groans and frustrated sighs. He has only thrown his pencil down once in anguish. The dramatics of today's youth will always be amusing. Tyler looks relieved as he leans back in his seat. He slouches until his chin is just barely at the edge of the table. "You all right, bud?" I ask, chuckling. I pick up our empty plates and cups, standing to put them in the dishwasher. "My brain feels like it's going to explode," he says, staring into space. "We did a lot today." I agree as I start the dishwasher. "Can we stop for now?" Tyler asks, already starting to pack away the rest of his work. I laugh. "Of course." "Thank you." He breathes a sigh of relief and stands. He stacks his books, gathering it all in his arms. Because why do in 2 trips what he can clearly do in just 1? I thought I knew all about teenage boys, being a high school teacher. It turns out, living with one is going to be a bit different than I imagined. Based on my day with Tyler, however, I think I'm up to the challenge.
Chapter 22. Dean. Phones ring off the hook and clients come into the office to see how their accounts are doing. Marvin has endless tasks to give me, and my appointments all show up. There isn't a moment that I am free to call Maya to see how things are going. Still, I can't get her and Tyler out of my mind. When I'm seeing a client, I am doodling Maya's name on a piece of paper, hoping that the client can't see what I am doing. When I'm on the phone, I am sketching a picture of Maya on the Manila client folder. All I can hope is that Tyler is not causing any trouble with Maya. She said that she was going to sit at the kitchen table with him all day, and they would do an intensive study session together. I can't imagine Tyler studying for a few minutes, much less a whole day hitting the books. Good luck to her. If she pushes Tyler too far, he might blow up at her. Will Maya be able to handle his moods? I just want the two of them to get along. Originally, that was just for the purpose of looking good in court. But I like having Maya around, and now I'll admit, a big part of my worry is for her own happiness while living with us. When the clock hits quitting time, I realize that I could still use 2 more hours to clear my desk of client requests, but I want to go home and check on Maya and Tyler. I'm too anxious to hear a report on their day to wait any longer. I jump in my baby blue Toyota and speed home. What if Maya and Tyler got into a big fight, and neither of them is speaking to the other? What am I going to find when I get inside? Tyler isn't a mean kid, but he has his typical teenager unpleasantness, so the sky seems to be the limit. But when I pull into the driveway of my home, I don't see any police or ambulances. This is a good sign. I get my briefcase out from the back of the car and walk to the house. I take a deep breath before opening the back door that leads to the kitchen. I'm hoping that I don't find a chaotic mess inside. When the door swings open, I see a laughing Maya and a cheerful Tyler. He is telling her some kind of story, and Maya is paying attention to him. No one turns to notice me. Both Tyler and Maya are sitting at the kitchen table like casual friends. And then Dad said, "You didn't tell me I was going to get wet on this ride." And then he takes out a sopping wet wallet and says, "Look, here, my wallet is all wet." It was so funny to see Dad wet from head to toe and whining about it, Tyler says. Maya and Tyler laugh together at his story, and I feel like the odd man out. "Hey guys, I'm home!" Maya jumps out of her chair to give me a peck on the cheek. My heart skips a beat when she kisses me. This woman is so beautiful with her caramel skin and beautiful coffee-colored eyes. I never want to take my eyes off her. "Earth to Dad!" Tyler shouts. I come out of my daze. "What's up, Tyler, my man?" "We're having homemade pizza for dinner, isn't that cool?" I put my briefcase down, considering this. I don't think I've ever had homemade pizza. I take a minute to observe the kitchen. Everything is sparkling white. There is nothing on the counters but a pretty white bowl filled with fruit. Somewhere she even managed to find a candle. Did I own that? Maya has transformed my disorganized kitchen into a warm and comfortable place to be. Tyler is smiling, so studying couldn't have gone too bad. "How'd tutoring go?" I dare to ask. "Good," Tyler admits. I feel like I started getting a lot of things that were confusing me. Maya smiles. "You are a great student, Tyler. You taught yourself." She ruffles Tyler's hair and then goes to the oven to check on what must be the pizza. It smells delicious. I'm going to take a few retests on Monday. Some of my teachers offered me a chance, and I think I'm ready. Hopefully that will bring my grade up. That's fantastic. I'm so glad to hear that. I raise my hand for a high five. Tyler slaps my hand and smiles with a look of contentment. I made a 3-meat pizza, sausage, pepperoni, and bacon. Tyler said those would be okay. I hope you like it. "I love bacon," I say. "Good. I think it is ready. Will you set the table, Tyler?" To my amazement, Tyler gets up and starts setting the kitchen table without any complaints or grumbles. How did she get him to do this? I am amazed. "I guess I better go wash up," I say. Maya laughs. "Hurry up, or Tyler is going to eat your share." "Well then, I'll just go to the hall bathroom to clean up so I can be right here to see if Tyler pulls any funny business." "Dad," Tyler protests, laughing. I walk past Maya, who sprinkles Parmesan onto the pizza. "Thank you for working with Tyler. What you are doing with him is amazing." I go to the bathroom to wash my hands and face. From the kitchen, I hear Maya and Tyler laughing again. When I come back, the pizza is already on the table. Tyler speaks up as soon as I sit down at the table. Dad, can we say grace? Sure, I agree, trying to conceal my surprise. I'm shocked Tyler would say such a thing because he grumbles at me every night when I say a short prayer before we eat. Apparently, he's working pretty hard to impress Maya. It works, though. He does a good job with the prayer. She beams at him, and he looks almost smug at her approval. This is what it is supposed to be like for mothers and sons. Tyler has been missing out on so much, but from this moment forward, it will be my mission to have this for him.
Chapter 23. Maya. I never pictured myself as the kind of woman to make a house. Not because I did not want one. I did. I have dreamed about having a family, but after everything that Braxton put me through, the lies and the debts, I had just about given up on it. I figured that it was all behind me. I could not save for a house on my teacher's salary alone, especially when I had to pay off my ex's debts and struggled to keep the lights on in my apartment. Honestly, I cannot believe I let it get as far as it did. I suppose that is what happens when you think you are in love. Dean is different in every way. Waking up in his arms, the bed soft and his snoring light, is a whole new life. That is what it feels like. I can't believe the easy way that we have settled into whatever this is turning into. With a soft kiss to his cheek, I get out of bed. Walking past Tyler's room, I hear the soft sounds of his video game. It brings a smile to my face as I head towards the kitchen. Making breakfast feels like it could easily become a routine. I enjoy making something delicious for them to eat. My boys. The thought makes me smile as I finish in the bathroom. They have been on their own for so long. Making sure they eat properly is the least I can do to help. I turn the coffee pot, and just as I am putting the sheet pan in the oven, I hear the shower turn on upstairs. One of them is up. I cannot tell which. I have not learned to tell their footsteps apart just yet. Both of them are such light walkers that I am sure it will take a while. Dean comes down first, towel around his shoulders, dressed in a pair of sweatpants, fresh from the shower. He kisses my temple. "Good morning," he says, voice still rough from sleep. "Good morning," I reply, flipping a pancake. He moves over to the pot, making both of us a coffee. Tyler comes down shortly after his dad. Without even being asked, Tyler sets the table and gets the orange juice out of the fridge. Sitting at the table with Dean, both of them wait patiently for the last few minutes. I see the last dregs of sleep leaving them. "What is everyone's plan for today?" I ask, setting the plate of pancakes on the table. I walk back over to the oven and turn it off, getting the bacon and plating it. "Nothing," both of them say at the same time. I laugh, sitting down and placing the bacon between us. "Well, why don't we all do something together then?" I ask. We have not had a real chance to do anything as the three of us yet. Tyler nods and looks between us. "We do have a whole closet of board games." "Perfect." I smile brightly to match the expression on Dean's face. We fall into the perfect routine over the next few days, a cozy picture of a blended family. I wake up first and make breakfast. I try to do something different every morning, smoothies, crepes. Breakfast is such a versatile meal. Of course, bacon and pancakes are always a hit. I am sure I could serve them every day, and no one would complain. Dean comes down after his morning shower and makes our coffee. Tyler follows shortly and sets the table. After breakfast, Dean and Tyler clean up. They do the dishes and give me a moment to myself. I take my shower and get dressed. The rest of the morning usually includes board games when it is not a school day. Tyler was not joking when he said that they had an entire closet filled with them. There are some that I have never heard of, and others that I had not played since I was a small child. It is nostalgic and competitive. Everyone has a fun time, sharing stories and asking questions over the coffee table. I had worried that we would have been bumping elbows trying to find equal footing and a routine. Instead, we fell into it so naturally It feels like it has always been that way. After lunch, Tyler and I sit down at the kitchen table with his books. We go over his notes together, whichever subject it is that he wants to work on that day. He really is a smart boy. I can see it in how neatly he writes everything out. I show him easier methods, how to color code and use different colored highlighters, that it is okay to rewrite something. The more times he does, the more likely he will remember it. We chat while we study. He talks about school and his friends. He mentions games that he is playing, and I tell him about the video games I used to play. There were not many options when I was a kid, but the ones we had were a lot of fun. I remember them fondly. He laughs and tells me that people still play those vintage games. Apparently, I am vintage now. I have never felt so old. Tonight, like most nights, we are making dinner. Dean texted to say that he was just leaving the office and will be back in half an hour. Traffic must be bad today. Rush hour is unpredictable. Tyler is standing beside me, peeling potatoes so I can cut them to be boiled and mashed. "Everything okay?" I say, putting the chicken in the oven. I turn the heat up just a little bit. I am hoping to time everything to get done as Dean is walking through the door. "I've been thinking," Tyler starts. He puts the peeler down and scoops up the potato peelings, dumping them into the compost bag. "About?" I ask when he does not elaborate right away. "You and my dad." "Oh." I turn to face him, keeping my expression soft and voice gentle. I was wondering when this was going to come up. It seemed like everything was going so swell. "Are you having second thoughts?" It is not a question I really want answered, but it is better to have it all out in the open now. I can talk to Dean later. We can figure out where to go from there. "Yeah." Tyler looks up at me with the brightest smile I have seen on his face yet. His cheeks dimple, and he looks exactly like his dad. It melts my heart. "I like you, Maya. I like that you make my dad happy." "I like you too, Tyler. And your dad." I blink back tears, thrilled ones. I wrap him up in a tight hug. "Okay, too tight." He laughs. I take a step back and ruffle his hair. "Let's finish dinner. Your dad will be home soon."
Chapter 24. Dean. I've been married before, and now I'm fake engaged. Only one of them has felt real, and it wasn't the one with a signed piece of paper to show for it. I've felt more happiness in the 13 days since Maya moved in than in all 5 years of dating, marrying, and then divorcing Charlotte. In fact, the happiest part of my marriage was the divorce. Given how acrimonious it was, that's saying something. "How do you want your eggs today?" Maya asks me. "I remember at one point you said over easy was your favorite. If it's not too much trouble." "Of course it's no trouble," she says. Then she yells up to Tyler. "How about you, Tyler? Scrambled?" "Yes, please," he yells back. "Thank you, Maya." I can't believe he's using please and thank you. Last year I could barely pry it out of him. Now he says it without prompting. So much of it is because of Maya. Just having her around and having so much fun with her has made me a better, more patient person. Even mornings, always the bane of my existence, are easier. The fact that she insists on cooking us an incredible breakfast every morning doesn't hurt. But it's so much more than anything as superficial as meals and tutoring. It's her. 13 mornings have meant 13 different types of breakfasts every single day, each one more elaborate than the last. She loves the challenge of cooking something new every day. Eventually, I expect her to run out. So far, she keeps surprising us. French toast, omelets, eggs, pancakes, waffles, blintzes, even donuts in the deep fryer. Tyler bragged to his friends. "Bruh," I overheard him say on his Snapchat. "My stepmom made us donuts. I'll bring extra." It wound up being a lie. They were so delicious there weren't any left. We're not even married, but he calls her his stepmom. It's easier than saying my dad's future wife or my dad's fiancé. That's so many syllables, he says. but I think he likes the idea of her being family. She manages to even make oatmeal special. She makes it with milk, not water, and lays out an array of fresh and dried fruit, cinnamon, and ricotta cheese. Our daily routine gives me a feeling of stability. It makes me feel like my life is on the right track. She spoils us with her restaurant-quality breakfasts, then we all get ready in shifts. I drive her and Tyler to school and I head into work. I pick them up after Tyler's done with football and Maya's done with her office hours. With the beautiful fall weather, Maya's taken to grading papers and making lesson plans on the bleachers to watch Tyler practice. She cheers him on whenever he makes a good play. He's only had one game since Maya moved in, but the school spirit has soared since she became part of our lives. She bakes special treats for Tyler on game days with little notes wishing him good luck. If I made the scene that Maya does during games, he would order me to hide underground and never show my face again. But since it's Maya, he smiles proudly and waves. On the 10 mornings we've driven to school so far, Maya's started a tradition where we each take turns choosing the music. It's a chance to hop into each other's minds and see the world from their eyes. She makes me see the world differently just by being around us and changing our ingrained habits. I live for the nights we have alone, when Tyler's had a late-night practice or has stayed late at a friend's. That is, after making sure he's gotten his homework done, of course. So far, we've had 4 evenings together, just us. Each time I find more things about her to adore. The first time we binge-watched a TV show and ordered Chinese takeout, a romantic reminder of the first time we had dinner together. We gradually moved closer and closer to each other on the couch, until we were right up against each other, touching. We put our arms around each other and cuddled. I wanted her so badly. It's a testament to how much I want her that I didn't act on it. One of the other evenings, I took her bowling. We only played 2 frames because we were so busy talking and laughing together. I got buffalo sauce all over my face, and she wiped it off with her finger, then put it to my lips. Even that felt so erotic, like she had electricity in her hands. I helped her with her form. We both kept finding excuses to touch. She mentioned a memory of the ballet when she was a kid, so I surprised her with last-minute tickets to see the Philadelphia Ballet perform Giselle. We had front-row seats. She held my hand, and we rubbed our legs against each other. Just the other day, I surprised her by taking her to science after hours at the Franklin Institute, which was more like a carnival than a museum. It had circus performers, a funk ensemble, and old short movies. She was so excited that she kissed me, not just on the cheek but on the lips. Nothing in the night could compare to that. We're planning to go back next weekend, this time for all 3 of us. Before we left our date, I made sure to buy a membership. It's in my name and in hers. I've lived a lifetime in 2 weeks with her. She brings out my domestic side. We've all played Uno 3 times as a family. I never thought to have game nights with Tyler when it was just us on our own. But these things come so naturally to Maya. I've cooked for them twice, to varying degrees of success. I want to cook at least once a week. The first time I made a stir-fry, which earned high praise from Tyler as not that bad. The second time I made roast chicken and twice-baked potatoes. Tyler was impressed. I didn't even know you knew how to work the oven, he said. Tonight we're all going out for a family dinner and an evening at the arcade. We're having food at a wizard-themed restaurant where you can design your own Magic's meal, and we're celebrating Tyler getting A's and B's on every test he had that week. Afterward, we go to an arcade that's half for old fogies like me. In the words of Tyler, and half virtual reality. Even when Maya and I play as a team against Tyler, he beats us. In the VR helmets, with things flying at us, Maya holds my hand and clings to me when something jumps out. I love the feeling of protecting her almost as much as I love that she feels protected by me. When we go to sleep at night, I love watching her bedtime routine of putting her hair up and massaging cream into her face. It's like this sneak peek into the hidden life of this beautiful woman that only I get to see. When I look over, I wonder what she's dreaming. My last thought before I fall asleep myself is that I can't wait to get up tomorrow and do it all over again. If my marriage to Charlotte had been as happy as my fake engagement to Maya, I'd probably still be a happily married man. Chapter 25. Dean, the weeks are flying by faster than I can count them. Every day is pleasant and fun with Maya. I find myself relishing every moment and wishing that there were more hours in the day to experience the fun that Maya brings to us. I am outside finishing the last of the yard upkeep. The grass is green and fragrant after I cut it. Maya surprises me by bringing me a cold glass of iced tea. Thanks, Maya. I really appreciate this. Maya smiles. It's really no problem, Dean. She goes inside and I start to put my lawn tools away. I feel so confident that I'm doing the right thing having Maya live with us. It even seems to me that Tyler likes having Maya around. I towel off the sweat on my chest slowly. I'm thinking that maybe it is time to make the arrangement move faster. Chuck is constantly nagging me about my custody battle and making the point that I have to do something sooner rather than later. I throw the towel I was using to dry off into a pile of other towels that I need to take in to wash. I wouldn't want Maya to have to deal with this pile of laundry. What wife wouldn't protest? Wife? Using that label for her, I know it's time that I do ask her to marry me. I know that it is just a scheme to keep Tyler, but every day when I come home from work, it seems like marrying Maya is the right thing to do. Maya is such a good person, and she never complains. Every day she manages to keep this big house clean and orderly in a way that I was never able to do. We work together as such a great team in a way that makes it easy to forget how this all began as a practical convenience. It's easy to pretend it could be something more. Not to mention Tyler and the great progress he is making at school. If he continues to get coaching from Maya, who knows how things will turn out. I've always wanted Tyler to take academics more seriously, and it feels like he finally is. The next day at work, I'm sore from doing lawn work. My head is filled with thoughts of Maya. I feel in my gut that it is time to ask her to complete our scheme. I will propose as soon as possible, but how am I going to do it? I call Antonio's to make a reservation for the three of us. Picking up my smartphone, I realize that maybe I should ask Maya if her schedule is clear for an early dinner tomorrow. Maya, are you able to join Tyler and me for an early dinner tomorrow night? Maya answers promptly. Of course. I text Tyler that we have reservations for tonight, and he texts back a thumbs-up emoji. Then I call Antonio's. It occurs to me that I can't guess Maya's reaction. Will she say yes, or run a mile away without stopping for me to catch up? She did agree to help me out, but maybe she doesn't like our arrangement. What if she changes her mind when I ask her to commit more seriously? It is a lot of work for her, taking care of us. The workday goes by very fast. Marvin and I are working together at peak efficiency, so I'm very happy about that. Things are finally going my way. This is a good omen for my proposal dinner. I pack my briefcase and say goodbye to Marvin. I'm not available tonight, Marvin. If you have any questions or if someone is trying to get a hold of me, leave it all until the morning. Yes, sir, Marvin answers. He barely looks up from his computer to receive my instructions. I realize he will be working late to catch up on all the work I have left him. It's all right, Marvin. You can leave those until tomorrow. Marvin looks up at me, shocked. Are you sure, sir? I'm sure, Marvin. Go home. Thank you, sir. I'm glad I have a fast car because I can't wait to pick Maya and Tyler up. When I pull into the school's pickup zone, I see Maya. She is stunning in a navy blue pantsuit. Tyler is talking to her, and they are laughing. It warms my heart to see them. Get in the car, you two, I say. Maya and Tyler keep laughing as they get into the car. I'll be taking you both home so that you can change into something more suitable for a special night out. Maya gives me a confused look, but I say nothing. The proposal has to be a complete surprise. When we pull up to the house, Tyler jumps out of the car, and so does Maya. They are both very excited, and I'm glad. It takes them 20 minutes each to get dressed. Tyler comes out wearing a black striped polo shirt and khakis. Is this dressed up enough? I go to Tyler to straighten out his hair that is standing up on top of his head. Thanks, Dad, Tyler says. I'm going to wait in the car. Tyler rushes out the door. Then I hear the clip-clap of heels on the entry hallway tile floor. I turn to find Maya in a stunning blue sapphire dress. Maya, you look so beautiful. Thank you, Dean. Is it suitable for the restaurant? Of course. Grabbing my car keys, I realized that my compliment to Maya was genuine. I wasn't just saying it. The woman is fine looking. We head to the restaurant in silence. Tyler is playing with his Nintendo Switch, and Maya is looking out the car window. When we get to the restaurant, Maya gasps at the beauty. The restaurant is in the middle of a wooded property and built like a ski chalet. All the light outside seems extra bright and sparkly. The air smells of smoke that must be coming off the grill because the smell is sweet and spicy. As soon as we step into the restaurant, the head waiter seats us. It doesn't take us long to decide what we are going to eat. Tyler, are you sure you can manage that platter on your own? Dad, stop treating me like a baby. Of course I can manage the dinner. I wouldn't have ordered it otherwise. The waiter comes over and we place our orders. As soon as our food requests are all settled and he walks away, I clear my throat. Maya and Tyler, I have something important that I want to say. Are you guys ready? Tyler and Maya both shake their heads in the affirmative, and I get a rush of excitement for what I am about to do.
Chapter 26. Maya. Dean stands up and raises his glass to me. It's shocking to me that Dean is so demonstrative. He is usually very quiet and reserved. Maya, since you have come into our lives, everything has changed for the better, Dean says. He is looking directly into my eyes, and it is making me nervous. I don't mean to embarrass you, Maya, but you are the best thing to happen to Tyler and I in a long time. Thank you for saying that, Dean, I say. Dean smiles at me, and his eyes seem to twinkle. Every morning when I wake up next to you, I can't believe that you are in my life. Your sweetness and your generosity of time always blows me away. My cheeks heat up as Dean continues his speech. I look for Tyler for a little bit of comic relief, but he is as serious as his dad. Then there is your beauty. I have never met anyone as beautiful on the inside as they are on the outside. You are truly unique in your humility. Could Dean really be sincere about this? Is this all to make us look like a convincing couple? He really didn't have to go this far. My heart swirls at his high praise, but I don't want to get my hopes up too much. It's probably just part of the plan. Suddenly, Dean gets on one knee in front of me. I can't believe this. What is he doing? Maya, it's time we made this official. Will you marry me? All I can do at the moment is stare at Dean. He is being so sincere and serious, and I am feeling giddy and nervous about his proposal like it is the real thing. What's wrong with me? I always knew that any proposal would just be part of the arrangement. It's time for me to go through the next step and become engaged to Dean, but something inside of me is making me hesitate. I want to ask him if he means it, but the thought is ridiculous. I remember Tyler. The original reason for this arrangement. It won't be helping anything if Tyler doesn't like me. In fact, I could be making matters worse for him. Who wants to be saddled with a stepmom you don't like? It's important that Tyler's feelings be included today. I turn to him. Are you okay with this? Tyler's big teen puppy eyes look at me. There is almost no expression on his face. I do not know what he is thinking. I feel the heat of the restaurant envelop me in a cloud-like burst of heat. I can feel the sweat dripping down my chest. Tyler ponders for just a moment. Yeah, sure, he declares in the most teenage way possible. Tyler's answer warms my heart. I am so happy he wants me around. His response might sound disinterested, but from a teen, this is high praise. Yes, Dean, I will marry you. The diners begin cheering and clapping for us. Dean stands up and so do I. It's time now for a peck on the cheek and a hug. But surprisingly, Dean gives me a short kiss on the lips that is electrifying. I wasn't expecting that. Before I can make a fool of myself, I sit down to gather my feelings. Why does this feel like a real proposal? I try to gather my thoughts by taking a drink of my iced tea and then taking a deep breath. What have I got myself into? I take a napkin and discreetly try to dry the perspiration on my chest. Now the tone of this dinner has changed from anticipation to celebratory. Dean is thrilled with my answer. Before he sits down, he asks the waiter to bring us some champagne. The waiter goes off to place our order with the bartender, and we are left to wait. At first, there is quiet. Tyler finally breaks it with a reluctant question. Are we going to move out of our house once you get married? Dean looks a little taken aback by this question. Now it is getting real. I hurry to put Tyler's mind at ease. No, there is no reason to move. I love your house just fine. Tyler seems very relieved that I want to stay in their house. Are you going to act like you are my mom? Tyler asks. This time, I don't know what to say. I let Dean intercept this question. My heart feels a pang because I really like Tyler, and it is such a shame that he has no maternal connections. Tyler, let's not worry about things like that. Her relationship with you will stay like it is, regardless of what we label it. It will all come naturally. And this is exactly how I feel about this marriage, so I place my hand on Tyler's shoulder and smile. He accepts this and gives me a big trusting smile. I'm glad that you are becoming one of us, Tyler says. I'm excited too, Tyler. I don't want to push Tyler too far by being too gushy, so I quickly change the subject. Dean, where are we going to have the wedding? Dean laughs. We haven't even selected a date yet. What do you say about a wedding at my parents'? My mouth goes dry. This is getting real. I nod my head because I can't manage to speak. He laughs again. I'm teasing. We probably need a big venue. There's a lot of staff at your school you probably want to invite. Maybe. I reluctantly agree. The idea of all of my coworkers being involved in my fake wedding leaves me feeling unsettled. I bet your fellow teachers will want to wish you well. Dad, can we not invite some of the teachers? Mrs. Crew is a monster, and I'd rather not see her on my off hours. Tyler, that isn't nice, I admonish. We continue to chat about our wedding plans, with Tyler occasionally jumping in to make his opinions known at the parts that interest him, namely, the food and cake. I find myself getting lost in elaborate plans, then remembering that it all means nothing. I can't let myself get carried away. But I still can't help wishing that Dean's eagerness to get married had something to do with his feelings for me.
Chapter 27. Dean. Maya thinks she is quiet. It is adorable how she tries not to wake me when she climbs out of bed, the way she pulls the blanket back over my shoulders. It takes all my willpower not to smile when I feel her soft lips against my forehead. Once the door clicks closed behind her, I let out a soft puff of laughter. I lay in bed, listening to the sounds of her moving downstairs and the light clinks and clanks coming from the kitchen. She tries so hard to keep the noise down to let Tyler and I sleep a little longer. Not that either of us do. Tyler is already awake. I can hear the sound of his TV playing morning cartoons. He might be a teenager, but he is still a kid at heart. I give Maya a head start with breakfast, waiting a few more minutes before I get out of bed. The sound of the blender echoes through the quiet. I catch myself smiling in the mirror as I walk to the bathroom. The routine that we have fallen into is easy. Maya makes breakfast, I shower, and Tyler comes down shortly after I do. He is all ready for school before he sets the table. This morning we are having strawberry banana smoothies alongside bacon and oatmeal. She really does go all out. I can tell that she enjoys cooking almost as much as Tyler and I enjoy eating. After we eat, Tyler and I wash the dishes. Maya goes upstairs to have her shower. Once she is ready, it is time to leave. The morning commute is just as different as it is the same. Traffic is nearly at a standstill, but we always leave with enough time to take it into consideration. Anything special planned for today? Maya asks as she leans forward to change the radio station. Nope. Tyler chimes up from the back. I chuckle. I have a few meetings today, so I might be leaving a little later than usual. Maya hums thoughtfully as I pull into the parking lot of the school. Text me if you're going to be super late. We can start dinner a little later, too. I will. Have a good day, both of you. Later, Dad, Tyler says as he gets out of the car. He runs over to meet up with his friends. Maya smiles softly as she gets out of the car. See you tonight. The rest of my drive is uneventful. Traffic flows smoothly in the downtown core. It is getting downtown that takes the longest. I say my good mornings and hellos as I make my way to my office. I do have a few meetings, but they are not until later in the day. Right now, I have a very important phone call to make. I close my office door, a clear sign that I do not want to be disturbed right now. It is none of their concern, just a private matter. Waiting for my computer to boot up, I tap Chuck's name on my phone. It rings twice before he answers. You better not be driving, he says. I'm not. I sigh, leaning back in my chair. I twirl a pen around in my fingers and turn my chair to look out the window. I was hoping we could share updates. I hear the creak of leather. Chuck must have sat up. Of course, Dean, he says after a beat. You sound like you want to go first. Do I? I did not think I sound all that eager to talk about my ex-wife. Charlotte is the only stain on my otherwise perfect plan in life. I wish she'd never decided to step back into it. I proposed, I blurt out, before really thinking. To Maya, I finish, like Chuck would not be able to put two and two together. We did come up with the arrangement together. He drafted the paperwork, and I found the woman I hoped it would work with. It does work with Maya. She's everything I could ever have hoped to have in a partner. She is smart, funny, and hard-working. She is great with Tyler, and genuinely wants to see us both succeed. The ease that she fell into both of our lives clicked like a missing puzzle piece. We have already started planning the wedding. It's going to be great, Chuck. She is amazing. Well, getting married again will certainly help your case. The courts see two-parent households more favorably than single parents. Of course, they can still lean more towards the mother. There's a pause, and I can hear some clicking on his end. I was worried when the judge was a woman that it would work against us. But she is being just as hard on Charlotte and her team, an absent mother who only wanted to party. There is so much paperwork to wade through. He pauses. Chuck is not wrong. Charlotte spent most of our time together partying. Of course, before Tyler was born, I was right alongside her. Even as I tried to crawl my way up the corporate ladder to make a life for us, we were young, dumb, and I thought we were in love. What does this woman do again? He asks. Maya, I remind him. She is a high school teacher. Maybe my voice is a little wistful as I think about her, and the way her eyes light up when she laughs. A laugh pulls me back to the conversation. Well, sounds to me like you're a lot happier than you were a few weeks ago. I'll have to send her flowers as a thank you, Chuck teases. Just be careful or you'll find it's no longer an arrangement. I know. My tone is a little harsher than I intended it to be, mostly because I'm already aware of this problem. On the other end of the line, Chuck simply laughs. I hang up and toss my phone on my desk. There are so many emails to get through, not to mention voicemails and messages. It is hard to believe that there was nothing in my inbox when I left the night before. No one bothers me. It is lunchtime before I know it. I forgot my lunch today, and I feel bad about it. Maya made it. I'd been looking forward to eating it. She also puts little notes inside the bag. I saw her doing it for Tyler the other morning and jokingly asked where mine was. With a laugh, she had said she would have one for me the next day. Packed lunches have become one more way that Maya has settled into our lives. The domestication of it all is ideal. It will make everything more believable for the court case. I will get to keep Tyler, and Charlotte will crawl back into the hole she belongs in. Of course, that is all it is. That is the arrangement. That is what this needs to stay as. I don't dare ask if she'd consider a real relationship, because if the answer is no, I could lose everything I've worked for. There's no room for feelings other than appreciation. Maya is doing me the world's biggest favor, and I will have to find a way to repay it. It hits me in a flash. Tyler will be over at his friend's this Saturday. I will take Maya apartment shopping and let her pick whichever one she wants. This will be a good way for me to repay her kindness, and also a reminder to us both that this is not permanent. She will know that she can have a place that is all hers to go to once it is over, just like I promised.
Chapter 28. Maya. Today is the big day. I get to go apartment hunting with Dean. I rush to get breakfast done so that we can get an early start. The first thing we have to do is drop Tyler off at his friend's house. "Do you have everything you need, Tyler?" Dean asks from the front seat of the car. "Of course I do. You only asked me 1,000 times." "You'll be glad I did." Tyler opens the door to the car and steps out. He waits for Dean's final words. "Be careful, son. Think everything through and stay out of trouble." Tyler smiles at Dean. "Will do, Pop." And then he is gone, disappearing into his friend's house. Dean turns to look at me. "Got the address for the first listing?" "I sure do." I give Dean the address, and he puts it into his phone's map app. He puts the car in drive, and our adventure begins. When we arrive at the first listing, I can't believe my eyes. All the features that I read about in the real estate pages of the newspaper come alive. There are sunken tubs and beautiful built-ins that put the condition of my old apartment to shame. I love this apartment. Do you think I can afford it? Dean looks at the newspaper that we brought with us. The rent here is lower than most. I think that's because of the location. What's wrong with the location? Well, it's out of the way and not on the bus route. Really? I am disappointed because I don't have a car and need to use the bus as transportation. Well, maybe the next one will be on the bus route, or I can help you get your car fixed. He's offered that 1,000,000 times, but I'm hesitant to accept. It seems like too big of an ask. Dean puts his arm around my shoulder. Don't worry, Maya. We are looking at a bunch of apartments today. One of them has to be perfect. I hope so. All I can think of is that any apartment I look at is going to be perfect as long as I don't have to go back to my hovel. After living in Dean's lovely clean house, I realize how gross my apartment truly is. As we drive from apartment to apartment, Dean puts the windows down. The weather is perfect. I love the way my hair blows in the warm breeze, but when we get to the next apartment, I look a mess. Dean laughs. I'm sorry. Your hair is a causality of fresh air. Give me a minute to fix it. I take out my comb and start to brush down my hair that is one big fluff ball. I manage to twist my hair into a bun, and this impresses Dean. Wow, that's amazing. 5 minutes and you are like a totally new girl. Thank you. It was a compliment, Maya. Don't worry. I won't. Dean reaches for my hand, and we walk together to the next apartment together. In fact, as we look at each apartment, he is studying the worth of the place as if he was going to move to the apartment with me. I sigh thinking of this. If only this wasn't all a sham, and we were a married couple. Dean is busy looking into a fuse box at the 4th apartment, and I am busy looking at him. He catches me, and we both laugh. See anything you like? Dean jokes. I'll never tell. I tease back. We go from apartment to apartment holding hands. At the 8th apartment, the realtors compliment us as a couple. The two of you look so happy together. I wish that more couples who are coming to see these apartments were as cozy as the two of you. I smile at the compliment, and Dean squeezes my hand. He then moves the attention of the realtor from us and to the apartment. How many tenants live in this apartment complex? Over 1,100 are currently renting. We are building additional apartment buildings this summer, so the numbers in our community will be increasing. Dean doesn't seem to like this, and Nick's is apartment number 8. I am not really listening to the realtor because I'm so giddy from acting like a couple all afternoon. Dean is so handsome taking charge of my apartment search. I can't help but notice how beautiful he truly is outside and inside. I've always dreamed of being with a man like him. This is the first Saturday in a long time that we have been alone together. I am cherishing every minute. Dean, did you like the color of the walls in this last apartment? They were a little too obtrusive, don't you think? They were a neutral beige. I thought that this color would go really well with any furniture I find. Well, I guess if you like that kind of thing. I do. I'm a little mystified by the comment. In what world is coordinating a bad thing? We walk through the next apartment, paying attention to not only the amenities, but the basics of the apartment. This apartment is sleek and very small, but I like the color of the walls and that everything in the kitchen is stainless steel. However, there is something about this apartment that bothers me. I can't imagine living here. Back in Dean's baby blue Toyota, we roll down the windows and finish the water in the water bottles we got from the last realtor. The sun is still shining down on us, but the weather remains cool and breezy. So, what apartment did you like the most? Dean asks. I thought for a moment and realized that not one of the apartments really suited me. I don't think I can see myself living in any of these apartments, if you want to know the truth. Yes, I want to know the truth. Dean chuckles. One of the realtors from the last apartment we were looking at walks towards us in the car. She is a tall, statuesque blonde, and she seems to be on a mission. Oh gosh, here comes that blonde realtor, I whisper. What was her name? Dean whispers back. I think it was Misty. We stay quiet and watch Misty move her gazelle-like body towards us. I came out here to say that the owners really are interested in you. They are willing to drop the rent by $200 if you move in. I am shocked. Why me? Misty shakes her head. So many tenants destroy their apartments these days. The owners think you are a decent person and would never trash the place throwing wild parties and such. Dean looks at me. A $200 decrease in the rent is significant. I feel the pressure pushing against me. There wasn't anything wrong with the apartment, but I just didn't care for it. Dean sees the look on my face and takes care of it for me. Thanks for telling us about the reduction. We are going to have to go home and think about it. Oh, sure, no problem. Misty smiles and then walks away from the car. I don't know what is wrong with me right now. I was so excited this morning. I had told myself that I wouldn't be picky and that any apartment would do. But now I am critical of everything I saw today. Should we go home now? Dean asks. I nod, lost in thought. Dean starts the car and we are on our way home in silence. Chapter 29. Maya. The drive back from our apartment hunting is quiet, only the sound of the city and the quiet hum of the radio filling our space. The sights zoom by us with incredible speed, and the traffic is surprisingly light at this time. We don't hit a lot of red lights, but every time we do, his hand comes to fiddle with the car's screen, searching for something interesting to engulf the pause in our travel. I can't shake the heavy feeling I have. Something unsaid lingers between us. Whether he feels it too, I can't even tell. His face is always stoic unless he's smiling at me. Those rare moments when I catch him looking and his lips are curled up in a beautiful smile make me want to pull it out of him at every opportunity. When we pull onto his street, I catch myself glancing at him every time he looks over to his mirror. Only once does he connect to my eyes, and the smile is all too brief. It doesn't even reach his eyes. As we park, Dean holds open the door for me. Thank you, I say, my voice soft. He gives me that charming smile that makes me question everything, and I quickly walk to the door. Dean's strides are longer than mine, and we make it to the door at the same time. He cuts in front of me, standing entirely too close for the moment. I can feel his breath on me as he grabs the door handle. I take a step back, and the air from the door swinging open covers me in the scent of his cologne. God, I'm really in for it now. I don't even know why I feel like this. An overwhelming tension strung between us. Maybe because you feel guilty for catching feelings, my brain tuts at me as I walk in the door. The house is quiet, especially so because Tyler is gone. Just the sounds of our footsteps echo in the hallway. Dean is unusually quiet, and it spurs my own thoughts. I kick off my shoes and watch as he quietly walks over to the kitchen and waves me along with him. Following, the cold floor cuts through my socks as I make my way behind him. All the way, that scent wafts behind him, leaving a masculine-smelling trail for me to follow as he rounds the corner. The first word in almost half an hour leaves his mouth, and it's in the form of a single-worded question. "Wine?" he asks, and I give a meek yes in response. He probably knows how you feel. It's written all over your face. If he doesn't feel the same, I don't even know. Before I can delve any deeper into my own mind, Dean breaks me out of the loop. He slides a full glass over to me and pours himself one just as high. Taking the full bottle, he picks up his glass as well and heads straight for the living room. I follow suit, sipping my glass with anxious gusto. We sit down on the couch, and our silence resumes. It feels like a race to finish our drinks and avoid conversation. What's going through his mind? Is he thinking the same way I am? We've been so good together, all through this arrangement. It's been sweet being here, and I love helping him and Tyler with anything they need. Maybe I've gotten too comfortable. Before more than 5 minutes have passed, we're already done with our first glassful, and Dean takes my cup to pour us another one. As soon as the glass passes from his hand to mine, I'm already sucking it back. A brisk, forced thank you leaves my mouth, and all I get in response is a casual grunt of acknowledgement. I've got to say something. I can't just leave this uncomfortableness here. I can see him out of the corner of my eye, staring into the glass like it holds all the answers. It's clear he's got something to say to me as well, but he just doesn't want to. My thoughts feel even more muddled, and a thick heat starts to permeate my cheeks as the alcohol sets in. It feels like the tension starts to fade and becomes replaced with the comforting blanket of inebriation. I don't know when it happens, but before long the bottle is completely empty, and Dean stands with a slight sway. I'm going to get another bottle. He looks down, a slightly rosy color on his cheeks. I nod, the corners of my mouth twitching up. He's so handsome. My own thoughts make me break away from our eye contact, and without another word, he's walking to the kitchen. Not a minute later, he's back, and the second bottle is cracked. His glass is full, and he drops the wine bottle next to the empty one. Was there an issue today? His voice flatly asks, eyes staring at me with a neutral gaze. My brain struggles to process his question, and the look on my face must look nervous because Dean's eyebrows raise, and he's quickly stumbling over his own words to cover up. You didn't like any of the apartments today, right? Why not? My worries settle, and I want to make sure my next words are careful. Unfortunately, the alcohol running through my system negates any forward thinking, and the words spill from my lips faster than I can stop them. The apartments aren't the issue. The flesh of the inside of my cheek catches between my teeth. Dean's head tilts slightly, goading me into my confession. I don't think I want to leave here, you. I almost whisper. His face goes blank before it's overcome with something I've never seen before. Our bodies feel almost drawn together, both pulling closer and closer until we're less than a few inches apart. His eyes scan my face hurriedly as if looking for a sign to stop. I watch him, waiting. My breath catches, but I can still feel his, gently brushing along my cheeks. He must have found his answer, because in less than a moment our lips connect. He kisses me slowly, a careful passion on our lips as she explores the limits. He leads with a slow, exciting dominance, hand brushing my cheek before holding it firmly. I break the kiss for a second, dropping the wine glass on the table with the last of my careful technique, and he's already catching my lips in another kiss. More and more come until our breaks are mere seconds apart. Every breath is a panting one. His hands travel off my cheeks, sliding down my back and pulling me in closer. My body reacts on its own, sliding across the couch until our knees are touching. His hand travels down the bottom of my waist to my thighs, just as my lips part. Dean's tongue teases against my own, owning every inch of my mouth. I feel his strong shoulders, then my hands get tangled in his short hair, pulling him even closer to me. Our legs are the only things stopping us from fully touching, and he fixes that with a hand under my thigh, pulling me into his lap. A short, sweet giggle falls off my lips, still intoxicated by his touch and the wine. His hands leave the backs of my legs and slip up over my skirt, feeling and squeezing my buttocks in a way that makes me want to melt in his hands.
Chapter 30. Dean, everything about Maya is gorgeous. Her skin is soft and warm under mine. Moving my hands up her back, I feel the goosebumps starting to prickle her arms. I keep my hands over her clothing as much as I want to feel more of her, to touch more than just her arm or cheek. I want to kiss all over her body and pull soft noises from her parted lips. Her lips part on a soft sigh, and I press my tongue inside. She moans, twisting her tongue around mine. The wet heat of her mouth shoots through my spine, and I groan. I can feel my manhood twitch in my jeans. Shifting my hips, I resist the urge to push her down. Her hands move along my arms and wrap around my shoulders. Maya holds me close, her fingers tangle in my hair and tug gently. She pulls a moan from me. Taking a deep breath, I pull back. It takes a lot of effort. Her head follows mine as she tries to keep our lips pressed together. It cannot go on much further, or I know I will not be able to stop. Dean? Maya asks breathlessly. She leans into the back of the couch and fans herself. There is a light sheen along her hairline. I watch a bead trail down her throat, and I long to follow it with my tongue. Yeah? I manage to choke out. I blink slowly. I need to calm down. Do you not like me? She says. I open my eyes and look over to meet hers. They stare back at me questionably. What? Of course I like you. A lot. There is nothing about the beautiful woman sitting next to me that I do not like. Like this, I mean. It takes a moment for me to realize what she is asking. A wave of guilt washes over me, and it is enough to calm me down. Like I had wanted. No, Maya, I breathe softly. I lift her chin to look at me and smile brightly. It's not that at all, I swear. I just don't want you to feel uncomfortable. Or like you have to. The relief on her face is instant. She shifts and takes my face between her hands, placing a light kiss on my lips. I haven't been this comfortable in a long time, Dean. Her voice is amused and serene. I believe her. It makes my heart skip a beat to know that she's comfortable with me. Not just with living and sharing a bed together, but with something as important and intimate as this. I return her smile. She taps my dimple with her thumb. Take me to bed. She does not have to tell me twice. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vixa Vaughn audiobook is available at vixavaughnromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixa Vaughn. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening. And now back to your book.
Chapter 31. Maya. I feel my chest rise and fall in rhythm with Dean. His fingers curl to rub my shoulder, pressing slow, sweet strokes to my skin. Even after, he does everything he can to make me feel safe with him. We're both on our backs, but the feeling of his arm under me makes me curl onto my side. His arm curls with me, pulling me tight into his side. I throw a leg over him, draping my arm over his stomach. I could lay here forever. Pressing a soft kiss to my forehead, he leaves his lips there for a long, lingering moment. We're both silent. Just the sound of tired breaths and the dulled city outside fill the room. The lull makes my head spin, thoughts crashing all at once as the euphoria of the moment dissipates. I haven't felt that safe in a long time. His hands touched me, his full lips kissing every insecurity away. My eyes slide closed, and I feel I could drift off right here. I don't know if he feels the same. I can't see or hear him. But I feel his breath change under my arm. The slow, shallow pant of trying to catch his breath turns into a deep inhale as if he's bracing himself. Under me, the tug of Dean's arms pulls me out of my thoughts, and I move to let him out. I open one eye to look up, and he's already moving to sit up. A small knot starts to tie in the pit of my stomach, and I follow him into my own sitting position. What have we done? His voice is low but heavy. I part my lips to speak, but I'm not even sure what to say. I don't know. But it was great. I try to soothe his worries, but when he looks at me, a deep line is etched on his brow. We can't do that again. He mumbles something else under his breath, but I don't catch it. Pardon? I ask, and he shifts more to face me. I had a good time. I really did, Maya, but we need to control ourselves before this gets too messy. His voice trails off and his eye contact drops. I know, and I agree. I wish I could convince myself to believe that. We don't say anything else, and the once sweet silence hangs heavy all around us. Did he really enjoy it? Dean was the first man I let even come close to touching me since my ex, and now it's all gone. The thoughts start swirling in my head, and I want to get out of this room as fast as possible. My safety is actively being drained, leaving me cold and worried. I need to breathe. The walls feel almost suffocating, especially for someone who's second-guessing the first bout of intimacy they've had in a long time. My eyes scan the room, looking for where I left my clothes. When I do get up, I'll want to do it fast, before he can start questioning my escape. My bottoms are by the end of the bed, and my shirt is by the door. That's all I really need now. The rest I can get later after I've thought about today. Before I can make a move, Dean's already standing and making his way out the door. I hardly catch what he grumbles as the door swings open with a slight creak, but it's enough to make the knot swell to 3 times its size. Such a bad idea. I see the back of his head make its way down the stairs. I grab my clothes, pulling them on with speed. I never wanted this tension. I thought this was something we both wanted. Why does it feel like such a mistake? After a minute, I follow him downstairs. I see him by the fridge, chugging a bottle of water. Hey, I start, feeling my face get hot. I thought this was something we both wanted. He finishes his gulp before putting the bottle down with a harsh slam. Of course I wanted it. But I'm not supposed to want this. My face twists into a grimace of confusion, and he angrily gestures between us. I step back, crossing my arms. You're my son's teacher. You're supposed to be helping him with his grades. This was all supposed to be for the show. His voice climbs with his anger, and embarrassment courses through me. Why is he being such a jerk now? I can't believe I had even thought about staying with him. Was this attraction all one-sided? He's being so cold now. I have been. I thought we had grown past that. I shout, the house filling with our argument. In the back of my mind, a small voice chimes in that, it's good Tyler isn't here. Unfortunately, this was supposed to be a business-only partnership, His words hit like a slap to the face. Does he regret all of this? I thought we both liked each other. The surge of hurt wells up inside my chest, and it comes out of my mouth in a hearty yell. Well, lucky for you, all of this will be over in a few months when our contract ends. You'll never have to see me again after that. By the end of my words, my voice is cracking, and tears threaten to overwhelm my eyes. He stares deeply at me, and the look on his face is one that I won't forget for a long time. The only thing that breaks it up is the slam of the front door. Both our heads snap toward the door. Is it Tyler? But the sight makes my eyes widen, and my stomach plummets through the ground. Charlotte stands in the open doorway, holding up a key. The grin on her face is sick, like a child that got away with opening all their presents before Christmas morning. Without a word, she grabs the doorknob and rushes out of the entryway, closing it behind her. I slowly turn back to Dean, and I've never seen him look so pale. He glances at me, his jaw ajar slightly. I can tell he didn't know she had a key, and now she's heard everything. What have I done? I should have kept my mouth shut and not tempt fate. It was unnecessary, and those last words hang between us. Neither of us talks, both scared of what's going to come from this. Who knows what Charlotte is going to do with that information? I wouldn't be surprised if she took it straight to her lawyer, completely demolishing everything Dean and I worked to build up for his court case. I feel like I'm going to be sick. A wave of nausea crashes around in my stomach. If I could move, I'd want to back up into the wall and lean against it. But my feet feel glued to the ground. It's a long few minutes. I feel frozen in place as neither of us even moves our head. The thing that snaps us out of our anxious trance is the loud ringing of Dean's phone on the counter. He looks down at it, and his voice is a hollow imitation of its usual drawl. It's my lawyer. Chapter 32. Maya. Why does Charlotte have a key to Dean's house? The only logical reason is that he gave her a copy. The shocked look on his face makes me think it happened a long time ago, so long he doesn't even remember. I am still in shock when Dean's cell phone starts ringing. He says that it is his lawyer. How does Chuck know? Perhaps the timing is just coincidental. What the hell's going on? Chuck's voice echoes through the silence. Dean narrows his eyes, aggressively pressing on the side of his phone to turn down the speaker volume. He puts his phone to his ear and starts pacing around the kitchen. I was hoping you could tell me, starting with how Charlotte got a key. I cannot hear what Chuck is saying. I can only guess that his answer is less than favorable. Given the expressions that filter across Dean's face, he pinches the bridge of his nose. Dean runs his hand through his hair. She did hear Maya yelling about the engagement. Heard her call it fake. I frown. It is a fake engagement. I know that it will not look good for him, faking a relationship in order to keep Tyler. But that all depends on if the court believes Charlotte or not. They might think she is simply trying to discredit him to further her own case. Maybe we can still find a way to save this. I am glad that Tyler is not here. I think it would devastate him to find out everything that has been going on in this manner. That's absurd. It was just sex. Dean barks out a harsh laugh and shakes his head. No one has feelings in this arrangement. It's very clear that it's temporary. That struck a chord in me. My hands clench at my side. We made a mistake, he continues. No doubt Chuck wants to know everything. No, it won't be repeated. Ever. That is it. I cannot take any more of just standing here and listening to him whine to Chuck. Well, Dean is not whining. He is very angry. His face is flushed and his hair is sticking up. I wave my hand in front of his face. I have no desire to speak to him, but I still want to let him know I am leaving. I am not going to wait for him to finish talking to Chuck either. Clearly, there is a lot of damage control to be done. Dean looks over at me. He raises an eyebrow and points at his phone. I do not care. I gesture towards the door. He rolls his eyes and huffs. That is it. I was trying to still be a little bit respectful. Just a little bit. Chuck is trying to do what Dean pays him to. It is not his fault that Dean is being a jerk. I grab my jacket and slam the door behind me. I hear Dean curse. It feels good. I do not have a destination in mind. I just need to get as far away from that house as I can. The cool air feels nice. The sun is just warm enough to keep it from being too cold, which is a relief because my jacket is not the thickest. I should have also taken my sweater, but I will not be going back in for it. My exit was made. I'm such an idiot. I say to no one. I kick a rock along the sidewalk, watching it skip across a couple of cracks. There was no reason for me to think that this was turning into anything new. Dean had made it perfectly clear in the start. This was simply an arrangement between the two of us. The engagement was fake. We only had to pretend we were getting married until after the case was settled. Personal feelings had nothing to do with it. It is completely on me for developing feelings for Dean. I'm the one that started our daily routines. I got too close to both of them. I dropped my walls and opened my heart to a man who did not care. Again, my heart aches. It shouldn't. At least this time, I will not have to cover another man's debt. I never should have agreed to this, I tell a duck as I walk through the park. It quacks and waddles away when it realizes that I do not have anything for it. If I had just said no, if I had not let Dean convince me that this was a good idea, sure, I would still be in my little apartment, fighting with the landlord to fix the bathroom fan and kicking the radiator to get the heat flowing. But it was mine. Living there never made me hurt as much as I do now. There were no soft whispers in the dark, no heated touches that promised more. My apartment never broke my heart. What I saw was what I got. Nothing was hidden in the shadows or covered up in pretty paint. The sun has moved a drastic amount since I left the house. I have no idea how long I've been out. Having left my phone in the bedroom, I have no way to keep track of the time. Walking has done me a lot of good. My chest still hurts, and my head is pounding, but I feel calmer. I can go back to this just being an arrangement between two adults. If Dean has a problem with that, then we can have a conversation. Like adults. In the meantime, it is not fair to Tyler to be caught in the middle. The teenager has not done anything wrong. I make my way back to the house. It is starting to get dark. Going inside fills me with dread, but I can't walk out on Tyler like this. Dean just needs to wait until this is over, and I will be gone. He will never have to look at his mistake ever again. I can even sleep on the couch. I open the door and step inside. The house is quiet. Dean must not be back from work yet. Good. I do not think I could look at his face and maintain the calm I have. Maya? Tyler's voice comes from the kitchen. He must have come back while I was out. Hey, bud, I answer as I make my way over to him. He is sitting at the table. What's up? I ask. Tyler shrugs, leaning in the chair. I was just surprised you were out, I guess. I wince, ruffling his hair. Sorry, Tyler. I forgot my phone. I didn't mean to worry you. It's okay. I'm glad you're back. Tyler is the reason I'm doing this. I just need to remember that through all of Dean's tantrums, I want Tyler to stay with his dad because I know Dean does love Tyler. Dean has done so much for the boy and continues to do a lot. He just wants to give Tyler the best life. What's for dinner? Tyler asks, coming to stand next to me. Empanadas, I say, taking out a large mixing bowl. Do you want me to teach you? Tyler's face lights up. Yeah, that would be great. Wash your hands, I tell him. I get the rest of the ingredients out and preheat the oven. Tyler rolls up his sleeves and washes his hands. I will swallow my feelings to keep that smile on this boy's face.
Chapter 33. Dean. I cannot get her out of my head. She sleeps in the same bed I do. Her clothes hang next to mine. I smell her sweet scent. I have to look at her every day. And every day she continues to ignore my existence. It is my fault. I will admit that. To myself. The easy air between us is gone. In its spot is a thick tension. The room is awkward when we are alone. Maya has not spoken to me outside of forced conversations in front of Tyler in almost a week. Meanwhile, I cannot stop thinking about her and the amazing night we shared together. The way her body felt underneath mine, the taste of her skin on my tongue. I remember how she wrapped herself around me, embraced me, held me close, rode both our pleasures into the night. How she softly reassured me that she wanted it, that I did not make her feel uncomfortable or nervous. Then I threw it all back in her face. She confided in me about her past. I know what her ex did to her, how he made her feel. The last thing I want to do is make her feel worthless. But that is exactly what I did. Do I regret my choice of words? Of course I do. Have I tried to fix it? More or less. I bought her flowers. They sit on the dining room table in a vase. Maya did give me a short thanks as she put them in water. Even that, I think, was more because Tyler was in the room. Tyler seems to be the only neutral ground we have right now. We still eat breakfast together. I drive them to school before going to work. I come home in the evening to Maya helping Tyler with his homework while she cooks dinner. Nothing has changed in that regard. Our routines are still the same. The only difference is how she acts towards me. I understand. Her feelings were hurt. But neither one of us were supposed to develop feelings. None of this is real. Or at least it wasn't supposed to be. The change of direction has thrown me off. I'm not sure I'm prepared for it. But I shouldn't have made that her fault. Chuck is sitting in my lazy boy recliner. His briefcase is on the coffee table, papers spread out over the surface. This is the third time he has been over the course of the week. With the court date looming just over the horizon, it is not much of a surprise. He wants to make sure that I am prepared. Are the two of you going to be okay in court? Chuck asks worriedly. He can sense the tension between us, even if Tyler can't. Maya is keeping to the arrangement. Let's just do this. With some effort, Chuck leans forward. He sifts through his papers before pulling one out of the pile. He hands it to me. I raise my eyebrow. This is, Charlotte's main argument. He nods. I read over it. Charlotte spared no expense on her lawyers. The case that she has built up for herself is just as ridiculous as it is clever. A typical sob story of a young woman who became a mother too soon and reacted poorly. Never mind that she ran off and started another family after we divorced, yet still never tried to see Tyler before. Not even a birthday card or a phone call. He barely knows who she is. I have kept Tyler as sheltered from her as I could for his own protection. He's only aware of her existence in the most basic sense. I'm not certain he would recognize her if he walked past her in a store these days. I'm saving him from this fate, but it's as much for him as it is for me. My world really would end if I lost him and Maya. I'm already prepared to let Maya go at the end of the trial, not both of them. Do you think this will work? I ask. Chuck shakes his head. I don't think so. There are a lot of weak spots. We just need to prepare our counter-arguments. We go over the notes for hours. Chuck runs me through several scenarios and different lines of questioning. It is exhausting, mentally draining. The door opens. Maya and Tyler's voice float in from the hall, back from their trip to the store. It soothed my aching heart when Tyler agreed to go grocery shopping with her. He has really become attached to her over the past weeks. There are footsteps going up the stairs. Maya walks into the room and blinks. Hello, Chuck. Chuck nods. Hello, Maya. Are you staying for dinner? Maya asks as she takes a step back into the kitchen. I would love to, Chuck starts, though I don't suppose you have a moment before then? Maya comes back into the living room. The few bags that she was holding are sitting on the counter. I stand up. Here, sit, I tell her as I move towards the kitchen. I'll put them away. She eyes me critically, like she does not think I know where things go in my own home. I do. I was the one that arranged it all in the first place. Of course, she might have moved some things around to make it easier for her to cook. But the pantry is still in the same place as it has always been. Of course, she says, walking over to sit on the couch. I notice that she avoids the spot where I had been. It makes my stomach sink. Chuck does not comment on the tension. Thankfully, he pretends not to notice and keeps his expression neutral and professional. I promise it will be quick. Maya laughs. It is not a real laugh. I do not think that Chuck notices, but I do. Her genuine laugh is higher pitched and fills the room with a comforting warmth. This sound, while close, is nothing compared to what it should be. All right, Chuck. What do you need me for? Just a few precautionary questions. Charlotte's lawyers may want to put you on the stand. I hear shuffling papers. No doubt he is showing her all the same documents we had gone over before. Me? Maya asks. It would make sense. You live with Dean and Tyler. See how they interact. According to the agreement, you and Dean are engaged. There is a short pause and then a deep sigh. You're right, Maya agrees. I tune them out. I do not need to know what Maya's answers are. Not yet. If they are not satisfactory, then Chuck will tweak them until they are. He's a great lawyer, and I trust him completely with making sure we are both ready for the upcoming trial. Even if the chances of Maya being targeted are slim, it is not a tactic I would put past Charlotte. It is something I did not even think of before. This is why I pay him what I do. Maya's professionalism gives me hope. I see how much she has grown to care for Tyler. Maybe not for me anymore, but I still have a good feeling about the trial. I go back to sit on the couch next to her. I do not miss the way she shifts her leg away from me. Perhaps I do deserve the cold shoulder. Hopefully I can make up for my mistake before the trial. I'm going to make dinner, Maya says suddenly, standing up. Of course, Chuck nods. That should be more than enough for now. She nods and makes her way into the other room. The sound of cupboards closing and pots clanging fill the air. The look that Chuck gives me is telling. Shut up, I say, rolling my eyes as he laughs. Chapter 34. Dean, we're all in the car heading to the courthouse. The only thing keeping my hands from shaking is the fact that I have one in a death grip on the steering wheel and the other drumming away on my thigh. I barely ate breakfast this morning, but the closer we get to the courthouse, the more I feel like I'm going to lose what little I did eat. I force myself to laser focus on the road to distract me from the roiling in my stomach and the sense of impending doom weighing on my shoulders. It's the preliminary hearing, and it can go either way. Charlotte may have the upper hand. She heard what Maya said. She knows we're faking this, and I know she's been anticipating this hearing so she can use it against me. I could lose Tyler today. Charlotte wasn't always like this. She was gentle. She was loving. And she didn't do a complete switch after we got married either. Things like this happen slowly. She never gave me a horde of reasons to distrust her. In fact, I think I had it in me to forgive her, or at least give her the benefit of the doubt. That is, until she decided she could leave Tyler like an old TV. I don't think anyone believes me when I tell them I didn't see it coming. Now I might lose my whole world to a woman who had nothing better to do than rob me of the one person who has given my life meaning for the last 14 years. I've literally gone through the 5 stages of grief for someone who is still in my life. What no one tells you is that you don't feel the stages one at a time, or even that your mind doesn't jump back and forth between them. In fact, I've been cycling between denial, anger, and depression for the whole of this process. My internal turmoil is interrupted when I feel Maya's hand gently squeezing mine. I know we haven't been on the best of terms lately, but her commitment hasn't wavered even after all I've put her through. Anyone else would have left, telling me it wasn't worth being treated this way. I wouldn't blame them. I've been volatile. I've been stressed. I've been inconsiderate. And I know she doesn't think the sun shines out of my butt, but she's here. The drive feels like nothing compared to getting to the courthouse and walking inside. Panic begins to rise inside me, starting in the pit of my stomach and ending at the top of my heart. I try to breathe it down. Inhale for 4, hold it in for 7, exhale for 8. I do this until I have no choice but to go in. I get out of the car, and gravity isn't doing its job. I didn't think it was possible to feel both heavy and weightless at the same time. It feels like all my bones and muscles are gone. My organs are just floating in the space that is my body. Then from some outside source, I feel like I'm being crushed. It feels like I've left the Earth's atmosphere and got launched to Jupiter. The only thing that brings me back is Maya and Tyler hugging me. We walk in. When I see her, my legs turn to jelly. I feel like I'm in the deepest, darkest part of the ocean. The pressure may just be enough to tear me apart. Charlotte and her lawyer sit as cool as cucumbers. I swear I see a devilish smirk on her face, but when I look back, her face is completely neutral. She's dressed for the occasion with a severe bun. Her hair is pulled back so tightly that it gives her face an over-exaggerated lift. Her lips are painted a bloody red that contrasts against her pale skin in an unsettling way. She looks powerful. It takes the whole of my resolve to not scream out my frustration in a pathetic deluge. And if the smirk, imagined or not, wasn't enough, she's brought her replacement family, her new perfect husband, and her perfect kids. She already has a family that she cares about, but now she wants to take the child she abandoned. Why can't she just leave us alone? I whisper mostly to myself. Maya gives my hand another squeeze as we take our seats and wait for the hearing to begin. My heart starts hammering against my chest again as my eyes quickly sweep the room. I try to channel confidence, but all I can think about is how Charlotte is playing a game with our lives. She has cards up her sleeve and an unreadable poker face. She saw my cards, and now all I have is my word. I'm starting to feel like my commitment to my son no longer matters. The time I put in while she opted out no longer matters. The lengths I went to and the hoops I jumped through to give him everything. To Charlotte, none of that matters. All that matters is the fact that I lied. I found a random teacher at my son's school and asked her to pretend to be my fiancé. It doesn't matter that she and I clicked in no time. It doesn't matter that she's the first person I've been able to open up to and be intimate with since Charlotte. It doesn't matter that she loves Tyler and would do anything for him. And it doesn't matter that Tyler loves her too. Maybe even more frustrating is that it doesn't matter that I love her. Our feelings are genuine, even if the original terms are not. How can anyone say our home isn't exactly what we pretended it to be? I'm not really religious, but I still pray a silent prayer to whoever might be listening. I tell them that I love my son, that I would move heaven and earth for him. These 14 years have not been for nothing. My custody of him may be on the chopping block, but not our bond, not our love. And even if this doesn't go the way I desperately want it to, I know that I did what I believed I needed to do to try and keep us together. Regardless of this judge's decision, this is not goodbye. I resume meditative breathing to lessen my chances of passing out. Inhale for 4, hold in for 7, exhale for 8, I think to myself over and over again. Inhale for 4, hold in for 7, exhale for 8. Inhale for 4, hold in for 7, exhale for 8. I don't think this is working. Inhale for 4, hold in for 7, exhale for 8. Inhale for 4, hold in for 7. We're here today to discuss the custody agreement between Dean Hill and Charlotte Abernathy regarding their son, Tyler Hill. Chapter 35. Dean. I can feel a tight knot in the pit of my stomach, my anxiety spiking at the first words the judge speaks. Mr. Hill, it's stated here that Miss Bowler said that your engagement with her was fake. This was heard by Miss Abernathy, who had just entered the house at that moment. Is this true? The judge's eyes glance up from the paper she's holding. The look is anything but gentle. I stand to address her, hands clasped tightly in front of me, incredibly sweaty from nerves. That is true, ma'am. However, the circumstances of that argument are taken out of context. The judge stays quiet. and I can hear the soft rap of her nails against the wooden podium as she decides her next words carefully. Please, enlighten the courtroom with the context then, Mr. Hill. She motions up to the stand. I glance down at Maya. Her face shows the same feeling I have deep in my gut, and I try to muster a reassuring smile for her. Okay, just one foot in front of the other. Take it slow, don't look like you're rushing. Whatever you do, for the love of God, don't trip. These thoughts cycle in my mind all the way up to the stand, where a security guard holds a book in front of me and asks me to raise my right hand. Place your hand on the Bible and swear the oath spoken. His voice is bland and his eyes look far past me. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I swear. He steps back from me, and I drop my hands back into my lap. The judge looks at me, my neck craned up to meet her eyes. Now on the record, please give us context for that evening. I nod and take a deep inhale. Oh boy. It was late in the evening. Maya and I'd come back from apartment hunting. We had a few drinks and engaged in the act of... Well, I cut my words off and I can feel my face heating up. The judge stares down at me, her mood seemingly unchanging. The typographer is waiting for my next words off to my side. I almost regret wanting to give context. We had engaged in a romantic, physical encounter. Up until then, our relationship had progressed in my desire to get custody. But it was rapidly starting to change. I had developed genuine feelings for her that were overwhelming me, and Charlotte heard our argument about that. The judge held a hand up, and I stopped my explanation. So, what you're saying is that your engagement was in fact a lie? Yes, Your Honor. It was a contractual deal. I hear a harsh breath leave her mouth, and she looks back over the papers. I have to interject. This may be my last shot. Your Honor, may I say something? Her eyes leave the papers again, and she looks down at me through her glasses. Fine, but off the stand. You can go back to your seat. I nod and exit the witness stand as fast as I can without seeming off-putting. Okay. Explaining why you were arguing didn't work. Maybe we'll explain why you made the contract in the first place. She has to have a sweet spot somewhere. One foot in front of the other, I eventually get back to my seat. Standing in front of it, the judge nods at me to try my last chance at keeping custody of my son. Your Honor, the whole reason I made the contract with Miss Bowler was because I love my son dearly. It's of course been hard since his mother left us. But he really is the light that keeps me going even in my worst times. He's a joy to be around, and I love raising him, even through the ups and downs. The judge doesn't speak, instead letting me continue. I turn my head to Maya, whose gaze shows one of true compassion. Maya is genuinely the best mother he could have. And I do love you, I direct to her. I've been trying to come to terms with it, but I'm truly in love with you. I want our little family to stay together. Your relationship with my son has made me so happy, and I can really see that you're helping him grow into a confident young man. By the end of my words, Maya's reaching out for my hand. I take hers, and she squeezes it tightly. I know if we weren't in this courtroom, she'd be a lot more emotional. I watch her mouth open. Just as she's about to speak, my son jumps out of his chair. All eyes turn to him, even the judges. Please don't make me leave my dad and Maya. I love my mom, but I barely know her. I don't want to live with some kids I never even met. I really like living with my dad. I really don't want that to change. Before the judge can get a word in, I squeeze Maya's hand and bring her attention back to me. Maya, I want to marry you for real. I love you. The words spill out of my mouth and her eyes water. She brings her other hand over her mouth, tears falling freely. Yes, I want to marry you too. There's scattered applause, and for a second I'm overwhelmed. I remember where we are, though, and my eyes scan the room, landing on Charlotte. The pure anger in her eyes is almost penetrating. She's clearly upset and looks 5 seconds away from stomping her foot like a child. I can even see the squeeze of her fists under the desk. Her lawyer tries to whisper in her ear and give her advice, but her eyes stay focused on Maya and me. The judge bangs her gavel on the stand and everyone quiets down. Well, after a display like that, it's hard to believe that it was all lies. I don't think we need to hear anymore. Tyler's grades are improving exponentially, and he is clearly in a stable and happy home. Considering the depth of his involvement with his father and the partner, I don't see a reason to upend the boy's entire life. Dean Hill, you may keep primary custody over Tyler. I am about to jump for joy, but she continues. Charlotte Abernathy, if you would like to discuss visitation rights, you will need to come to see me again. With the sound of her gavel coming down, a clamoring noise starts to fill the room. Maya stands up with excitement, throwing her arms around me. We hug long and hard before I let her go and grab Tyler. He's over the moon as well, and we share a fatherly bear hug. I grab both their hands, and we start to make our way out of the courthouse. Maya intertwines her fingers with mine, squeezing like she never wants to let go. I can't believe that worked. I have my son and a beautiful fiancé, and I get to keep them both. I couldn't be happier.
Chapter 36. Maya. We leave the courthouse in bliss. My heart has never felt as full as it does now. I felt thrilled to hear Tyler tell the judge that he does not want to leave his dad. Not because he prefers his dad to his mother, but because that is his home, with Dean and with me. I was worried when it came out that the engagement was fake. Even in the courtroom, I worried that Tyler would feel betrayed. But Dean's confession proved everyone wrong. Yes, it started out in all the wrong ways, but it is real, how he feels about me, how I feel about Dean and Tyler. It is all real, all valid. We are getting married. That thought alone makes me giggle. Where to? Dean asks. He starts the car and pulls out of the parking lot. The evening traffic is slow moving. We idle at a red light, all of us trying to figure out where we want to go for dinner. How about McDonald's? Tyler asks. His voice is a little hopeful. Dean laughs. We can go there another time. Let's find somewhere nicer for tonight. There is a happy bop playing on the radio. I watch Tyler slink in the back seat, pouting. My heart swells. We are a family now, though I suppose we have been for a while. But it is concrete. No contracts, no agreements or arrangements. I won't be moving out of the house. I reach over and set my hand on Dean's. He turns his hand over and links our fingers together. What about that place? I ask as I point towards a place a little further up the street. It is not a place I have ever eaten before, though to be fair, it is not like I could really afford to eat out a whole lot. Even if I could, I like cooking for my boys. Still, a night off sounds nice. Let's check it out. Dean agrees. Tyler also makes a sound that we chose to view as favorable. Dean parks on the street. It is a little bit of a walk to get to the restaurant, but it is beautiful outside. We hold hands. Such a small, simple thing, but it makes me smile. I have been smiling ever since the gavel landed. I do not think I will be stopping anytime soon. The restaurant is nice. It is still a good thing we are a little dressed up. I would not want to come here in just jeans and a t-shirt. But it is not so high class that we needed to have a reservation. The hostess seats us rather quickly. We only have to wait a few minutes before a booth opens up. I am sure a regular table would have been just as good. It was Tyler's request, and Dean obliged. Not that I mind. Tyler scoots into one side, leaving Dean and I to sit next to each other. His hand is on my leg as we look over the menus. What's ma? Tyler asks. I look at the menu, but the description does not say. It is expensive, though. Mahi. Dean chuckles. It's fish. Oh, Tyler and I say at the same time. The server comes over and takes our orders. She answers most of our questions about the dishes. Tyler goes with the burger, while Dean gets the short rib. I think I will be a little adventurous and get the fish. I do like seafood, but I have not tried this particular kind before. Plus, I am a sucker for a good herb potato side. She returns shortly after with our drinks and a smile. A pleasant woman, though the air in the restaurant is relaxed. I imagine she makes excellent tips. If people are willing to spend over $100 on food, what is an extra $30 for the server? I feel like I should have a monocle. Tyler grins, making a circle with his fingers around his eye. I laugh. It would suit you, I think. Dean puts his arm around the back of the booth. I lean into his side. Tyler talks about school and football, how the coach is thrilled with his progress. He might have a real shot at quarterback by the time he is a senior. Our food arrives quicker than I had expected. It smells delicious, and the presentation is gorgeous. So, Dean starts as he picks away at his side dish. The wedding. I hum softly in acknowledgement and swallow the bite in my mouth before answering. Small? I'm not sure how many people Dean would want to invite to his second wedding, but my own circle is very small. Oh, outdoors? Tyler suggests. At a park. That does sound nice, I say, taking another bite of my meal. This fish is so buttery and smooth. I will have to make it myself sometime. Dean slices his meat apart, making them easier to eat. The meat falls off the bone the moment his fork touches them. We will have to come back here again. What if we had the reception at the park? Dean suggests. A nice picnic-type lunch. I smile. And the actual wedding? You suggested a small one. Do you really want to rent and decorate a venue? Thinking about all the work that goes into a wedding, not particularly. It is not that I never dreamed about what my ideal wedding would look like. I have. I just do not find myself caring enough about what teenage Maya wanted anymore. My dreams and aspirations have changed. As long as I have Dean and Tyler there, it will be the perfect day. No, I tell him honestly. Dean nods. We can go to the courthouse, the three of us. Sign the papers, I follow up. Go have a picnic in the park afterwards. And if it's raining, we can go for pizza. Tyler chimes in with a grin. Dean and I both laugh. That sounds like the perfect plan and what we settle on. We finish eating, mostly in silence, but making the occasional final touches on the plans. Tyler asks me if I will wear a white dress. I tell him I most likely won't. Maybe a nice sundress. We set the date for early July, once Tyler and I are both finished with school for the summer. One of the perks of being a teacher is getting my summers off. I have a lot of ideas for the house, outside and indoors. I am sure I will be able to get both Tyler and Dean to help me with them. Dean pays the bill, and we gather our jackets. Tyler is texting as we make our way back to the car. Would it be all right if I go to Jason's house tonight? He asks. Dean starts the car. I don't see why not. Is it all right with his parents? Yeah, his mom okayed it. All right, bud. We can drop you off. Thanks, Dad. Tyler grins, going back to his phone. I am a little saddened that Tyler is not going to come home with us to watch movies or play board games, something to keep the celebration going, but the feeling does not linger. As Tyler is getting out of the car and heading up to his friend's house, I realize it just means that Dean and I will have the night to ourselves. I look over, and the expression on Dean's face makes me think we are on the same page. Let's go home, he says. I lean over and kiss him. Sounds perfect. Chapter 37. Maya. We pull into the driveway, sitting in the car for a moment, to finish listening to the song on the radio. Tyler is going to be spending the night at his friend's, so we will have the whole house to ourselves. The thought makes me giggle. I feel like such a high school girl left alone with her crush. Dean turns the car off and we both just sit. This is nice. It is relaxing. No pressure to do anything or go anywhere. There is a whole world's worth of weight removed from my shoulders. Getting out of the car, I get the leftovers from the back. Dinner was amazing, though I believe most of it is because of the win. We could have gone to McDonald's afterwards, and it would have tasted like a 6-star meal. The door is open when I get up the front stairs. Dean is already inside, and his shoes are on the stand. Closing the door, I toe off my shoes and make my way to the kitchen, putting the food away before joining Dean on the couch. He puts an arm around my shoulders and pulls me in close. I rest my head against his chest, hand on his thigh. "We should get married tomorrow," he says, breaking the silence. I laugh softly. "So soon? I think Tyler would be upset if we went without him." "You're right," Dean chuckles. He places a kiss on the top of my head. "I guess you won't need that apartment anymore." "Nope." I snuggle in even closer. He is so warm, his slow breathing calming. "Do you want to go dress shopping?" he asks after a minute. I blink slowly and yawn. I'm sure I have something I could wear to the courthouse. Besides, we said July. I'm sure I can find something. "Married. To Dean." "For real?" I giggle. "What's so funny?" "I'm just really happy. Mrs. Maya Hill." I tilt my head to look up at him. "It has a nice ring to it." "It does." He agrees, his eyes going dark. I lean up and kiss him. Dean returns the kiss with a hard press of his lips. His hand on my hips digs in. I can feel his fingers pressing into my muscle. There might be a bruise there tomorrow, and I do not care. I love it when I can still see him on me, hidden in spots where no one else can. "Come with me," he says, standing up. I fall over from the sudden movement. I had been laying on top of him. Dean laughs and helps me to my feet. We make our way up to the bedroom, giddy and giggling the whole way. I'm glad he is flying just as high as I am right now. There is no time to waste. It is quicker to undress ourselves. We meet in a clash of lips and limbs, falling back on the bed with a loud laugh. My elbow finds his ribs and he grunts. "Sorry," I laugh, rolling over to lay on top of him. My hair falls over his face. He looks up with an amused expression on his face. "It's okay." Dean grins. I lean in and kiss his dimples. I love them so much. I love him so much. His hands find my sides, and we rock our hips together with soft moans. There is no reason to rush tonight. We are home alone and have all the time in the world. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from BWWM.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
I hope you're enjoying this audiobook by Vixa Vaughn. If you want to keep hearing more audiobooks, then please hit that subscribe button and like the video. It may seem insignificant, but the more people that subscribe, the easier it is to produce more audiobooks in the future. So please help us out and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for listening, and now back to your book.
Chapter 38. Maya. A few months ago, I never would have thought I would be married. Living in that tiny little apartment, up to my nose in debt, cleaning up after my ex-boyfriend, there was nothing to suggest I would ever pick myself out of the hole I was in. Until I met Dean. It was unconventional. We took the long way around, that is for sure. But we made it there in the end. Almost. Standing at the stove, I am trying not to think about it. Not that it is a bad thing. Quite the opposite. My stomach is fluttering with excited butterflies. The eggs sizzle in the oil. There are still a few hours before we need to leave. Dean is in the shower. Tyler is sitting on the couch playing a game on his cell phone. The routine is keeping me calm. The sense of normalcy. Dean comes downstairs just as I am pulling the bacon out of the oven. Just in time. His dimples are out in full force this morning. I return his smile with one of my own. You say that like we don't do this every morning. Tyler comes into the kitchen behind his dad. Without being asked, he sets the table. Dean makes our coffees. I place the small platter of bacon on the table and set eggs on everyone's plates. Are you ready? Dean asks. Tyler nods. I just have to brush my hair. A good idea. It's a little unruly this morning. Dean teases his son. Tyler rolls his eyes, running a hand through his hair. Dean is not wrong. Tyler's hair is a little more tousled than usual. Though I can never tell what is on purpose and what is simply being a lazy teenager. I laugh softly. These are the moments that I look forward to the most. Just the three of us eating breakfast, peaceful and relaxed before the day starts. Of course, we all have the day off today. Can we go out for lunch afterwards? Tyler asks, hopeful. Dean laughs. Sure, buddy. We do owe you a trip to McDonald's. He jokes. Tyler grins, his own little budding dimple on his cheek. You sure do. We finish eating. Dean and Tyler clear the table while I head upstairs to get ready. I had not planned on wearing a white dress, but in the end, I did find one that I like. There is nothing overly fancy about it. I could very well wear it just as an ordinary dress if I wanted to. It ends just above my knees with a flared skirt. The top is snug in a flattering way, with short cap sleeves and the smallest of V-cuts for a neck. There is no pattern on it either. A solid, soft, matte white. It is actually very cute. I give a twirl in the bedroom mirror. Almost ready? Dean's voice comes from the door. I look over to see him leaning against the frame of the door. Just about, I say, smiling. All I have left is to apply my makeup and run a comb through my hair. I had debated pulling it back into a ponytail. Instead, I just let it fall naturally around my shoulders. Curls bounce freely over my shoulders. It is getting dangerously close to our appointment as we pile into the car. Dean drives a little over the speed limit. Him and Tyler are both in matching suits. Dean looks like he is on his way to work, freshly pressed and tie straight. Tyler looks even more like a miniature version of his father. We make our way to the courthouse. At least we are not meeting anyone there. The only people we have to be late for is ourselves. When we decided to go with a simple courthouse ceremony, we also agreed on a small turnout. That went from being a friend or two to just the three of us. This was our day, as a family. There was no one else that we wanted to be a part of it. We had contemplated inviting Chuck and his wife. Ultimately, we decided against even that. Dean pulls into the parking lot. Luckily, we are still on time. There's a handful of minutes to spare as we walk into the building. The receptionist directs us to the room we are to wait in. There are a few other couples ahead of us. Tyler plays on his phone as the minutes tick by. Dean Hill and Maya Bowler? The clerk calls out. We stand up and follow them into the courtroom. Together we stand in front of the judge. Tyler stands between us, holding the rings. I feel a shake run through my muscles. I know I am smiling, and my eyes are wet. Dean's dimple has not disappeared. Dean holds my hands in his. His hands are soft, warm, and a little clammy. It is reassuring to know that he is also feeling the butterflies. They are fluttering a storm in my stomach. I do not know if I will be able to eat afterwards. Is this your entire party? The judge asks. Yes, Your Honor. Dean nods. Very well. Let's get started then. The judge leafs through a few papers in front of him. At the table before you is the certificate. You will be required to sign it, and then I will witness it for both of you. Dean picks up the paper and nods. If you would like to say any vows or exchange rings, you may. The judge finishes. Tyler holds out his hands. Dean takes one of the rings and smiles. Maya, we may have had a rocky start, but there is no one I would rather spend the rest of my life with. You fit into our lives like a missing puzzle. You make me whole. I love you. He slips the ring on my finger. I feel a tear fall down my cheek. I take the other ring from Tyler and clear my throat. Dean, I didn't know we were going to exchange small vows. I start. The judge chuckles softly and Dean grins. He knows what he did. You said it all in one. I never thought I would find a man that makes me feel as wanted and loved as you do. You and Tyler have become an irreplaceable part of my life, and I will never let that go. I love you. I place the ring on his finger. He leans in and kisses me. Gross, Tyler teases. We sign the papers, with the judge and court clerk as our witnesses. It is done. We are married. My legal name is now Maya Bowler Hill. The next step will be the adoption papers. I have not brought it up to Dean yet, but I would like to also be officially a parent to Tyler. I am sure they would both love that as well. So, Tyler says, McDonald's? Yes. I laugh, hand firmly in Dean's. I put my other arm around Tyler. We can go get McDonald's now.
Chapter 39. Dean. Waiting for summer vacation to take full effect was the longest part. Maya and Tyler got to enjoy the first couple of weeks, relaxing at home, making plans. The two of them worked out where exactly we were going to go for our honeymoon. Together we had agreed that we wanted to bring Tyler with us. We'd never taken a trip as a family. This was going to be a good start. We were right. It is turning out to be a wonderful family vacation/honeymoon. The hotel they chose is very nice. Our suite is on the top floor, and the balcony opens up over the pool 6 floors below. Tyler's room is next door. There is a screen that comes down so we can all share the balcony space, even though he is more often in the pool than not. There is a girl his age that he has been spending time with, a whirlwind of a summer romance by the looks of things. What do you want to do today? I ask, leaning back in the pool chair. We all decided to come down this morning after breakfast. The sun is warm, but it has not reached the scorching mid-afternoon heat yet. Maya is relaxing in the chair beside me. She is sporting the sexiest two-piece and sips on a Diet Pepsi. Her ring glints in the sunlight, and it makes me smile. It seems like I am always smiling these days. So much, in fact, that my coworkers have started to comment on it. They say that it is a good thing. They are all happy for me. I am happy. The happiest I've been since the day Tyler was born. We could go to the art museum, Maya says. She looks over, her sunglasses slipping down the bridge of her nose. Tyler was talking about a retro video game exhibit last night. Because I would love nothing better than to be reminded of how old I am. I sigh, frowning. Maya laughs. We are old, dear. Not that old, I counter, but we can go. Our days are spent as a family. So far we have gone on a couple of hikes. We went to the aquarium, and yesterday was a water park. The adventures might be fleeting, but the memories will last forever. Maya is quick with her camera, too. I have not seen Tyler laugh and smile as much as he is this week. Like father. Like son, I suppose. Maya has had a profound influence on both of us. I cannot even begin to imagine where we would be without her. With how Tyler's grades were slipping and his spot on the football team was in jeopardy when Charlotte came flashing back through our lives, she may have won her case. I might have lost my son. Dean? Maya's voice pulls me back to the present. Her eyes are slightly wide and a little worried. I'm fine. I lean over for a kiss. Oh, gross, Tyler whines. Can't you two wait until you're in the room? He sits down in the chair on my other side. I turn to face him, grinning. Tyler, buddy, when you find someone, you'll get it. Tyler rolls his eyes at me and shakes his head. I don't think I'll ever get it. He sighs. Maya laughs. Did you still want to go to the exhibit today? Absolutely, he grins. Can Jenny come too? Who? We ask at the same time. Tyler runs a hand through his hair. Jenny. The girl I've been hanging out with. Maya shakes her head. Not this time, but Jenny and her parents can join us for dinner if they don't have plans of their own. Tyler nods. I'll go ask. He stands up. I watch him jump back in the pool and make his way over to the other side. Not sure why he did not just walk around, but he is a teenager. If he cannot do something the long way, or the dramatic way, he tends to not do it at all. Now where were we? I say, leaning back into Maya's space. She giggles as I press another kiss to her lips. The museum is a lot more fun than I had thought it was going to be. I was right, however. Seeing various antiques behind the glass that I still recall vividly do succeed to make me feel old. It starts off with the typical items, an Atari, the first Mac computer. As we move on, the exhibits become more modern. I had one of these, Maya whines, pointing to a little red Game Boy Pocket. I laugh, putting my arms around her shoulders. I get to have my own midlife crisis a few displays down when I see a Nintendo 64 in all its glory. Tyler is surprised some of these items are as old as they are. He expected them to be closer to his date of birth than mine. The original PlayStation has 20 years on you, I point out as we make our way to the exit. Like I said, Tyler grins. So old. Don't make me ground you, I tease. We all laugh. On our way out, we stop at the gift store and look around. Maya picks up a keychain. It is the same shape as the red Game Boy we had seen earlier. Do you want it? I say as she sets it back down. Maybe, she answers. It might be overpriced for what it is, but it pays for itself when she smiles as I pay for it. Thank you, she says, and clips it to her purse before leaning up to kiss my cheek. Where to next? I ask, arm around Maya's shoulders. Lunch, Tyler suggests, putting a giant dinosaur Lego set back on the shelf. Though I am in such a good mood that if he had asked, I would have bought it for him. We pile back into the rental car, and I drive a little ways down the street. There's a bistro that we have been going to almost every day of our trip. The goal is to try everything on the menu and find something that is not good. So far, we've had no luck. That is not a bad thing, however. Everything is delicious. Once we're back at the hotel, Tyler goes to hang out with his vacation friend. We all go to dinner as planned. Jenny is a sweet girl, and her parents also seem like wonderful people. Phone numbers are exchanged, though it is obvious that we live in very different states. Tyler says they can play games online together, and that seems to be enough. Oh, to be young in this day and age. Both simpler and more complex. I can barely keep my hands to myself as we make our way back to our rooms. Tyler is walking ahead of us, nose in his phone. Thankfully. He stops in front of his door and smiles. Good night, Dad. Good night, kiddo. He opens the door and pauses, turning to face us. I cannot find our room key, or at least I'm pretending to have difficulty. Tyler asked me earlier if he could drop a word on Maya. I told him she would love it if he did. Now it seems like he needs to build up his courage. Hopefully he does it soon because I want to get her in bed. Tyler clears his throat and finally pushes it out. Good night, Mom. I hear the soft gasp leave her lips. I knew it. I grin as I pull the keycard out of my wallet and unlock our door. Maya goes over and hugs Tyler tightly, her voice soft. Good night, Tyler. She lets go with a ruffle of his hair. I give him a thumbs up and he goes into his room. With a soft sniffle, she walks into our room. I follow behind her and let the door close with a soft click. I wrap my arms around her and kiss her softly. We love you, I tell her. Her eyes are wet, but she is smiling so brightly. I love you too, both of you.